I can't even rest. Hold on a second, y'all. Y'all was texting me and said, "Hey, Doug and Daly said that the transcript is out." I was like, I got it. I got it. I got it. Lord have mercy, y'all. Y'all just I was getting messages left and right, y'all. Left and right. The transcript is out. The transcript is out. Okay, let's. You guys are so funny. Y'all just so big. Oh my God, y'all so funny. Oh my Lord. You guys are too much. Too much. Y'all just be like, okay, get the transcript, Miss Sylvia. Where's the transcript? You guys are too much. All right, here we go. Here go the transcript. All right, y'all see it? All right, it says transcript of ex parte hearing in the chamber of the Honorable ULD Glanville, June 10th, 2024, Weaver. Okay. All right, on behalf of the state, Adrian Love, Simone Hilton. On behalf of Kenneth Copeland, Kayla Bumpus. All right, here we go. The ex parte hearing began at 9:10 a.m. Present in chamber were Judge Glanville, Assistant District Adrian Love, Attorney Kayla Bumpus, Court Reporter Christina Weaver, and Investigator Antonio Long, and Rashid Hamilton. Oh, he was in there. Okay. Court reporter, okay. I'm ready whenever you are. Miss Love, thank you. The concern that we wanted to bring to the court's attention as to the state was twofold. One, we wanted to have the opportunity to impress upon Mr. Copeland with representation present that he faces, and we wanted to give him an opportunity to speak whatever question he wanted to ask before he was sort of. We had to pull him into the courtroom when the jury came out. The second concern that I have is, and I wanted to bring to the court's attention in line with the concern that I expressed on the court on Friday, on record on Friday. I don't know what advice counsel may have offered or may be offering that their rights and that's their rights in their business as it relates to testifying. However, I do not believe the criminal exposure is a concern, that is, which interest is being spoken about and protected. Mr. Metlick relayed to Miss Hilton on Friday that he had never heard of a statute 24-5-507. And on Friday, he sent an email. I don't know if he intentionally copied Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard. I don't know if he's unintentionally put my name on it, but he sent an email to Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard with me and Simone copied, where he said there is a communication that I received from Miss Love regarding Mr. Copeland. My response was, those interests are you protecting yours or Mr. Steele's? Which clients are you protecting? Whose client? Yours or Mr. Steele's? And Mr. Charts? He wrote back and said, you are going to get him killed. Y'all hear that? You are going to get him killed. You are making him a target. Fuck you. Oh my God. He said that? Is what he wrote in the email. So, y'all, remember we talked about that? We talked about the FU word. So, given that his concern is that by testifying, at least one that he's conveying to me in writing, it's not. His concern has nothing to do with exposure from the state. And if his concern, this is the judge, he being whose concern? Miss Love. Mr. Melnick, if the interest that he is protecting is Mr. Copeland's freedom, he did not convey it by asking us what exposure does he face by testifying. In fact, he is concerned that testifying will get Mr. Copeland killed, and he is not communicating with us. He's communicating with counsels for defendants. It would seem that he knows a thing or something that we don't know. Additionally, I will let Miss Bumpus tell you, he said if Mr. Copeland testify, he no longer is representing Mr. Copeland, which is strange because if your interest is your client, then it would seem you would want to be there for him while he is testifying. The judge, well, is he on vacation this week, Miss Love? I understand. That is why he has Miss Bumpus here. And he has said that what he has said, and as I was reading the statute, the thing that is, and I was reading the statute about the particular situation, I was reading our rules, our ethics rules, rules of conduct for attorneys. And it is clear that if an attorney, there were two things that were happening. One, Mr. Melnick had told me that he wasn't Mr. Copeland's lawyer. Mr. Copeland had told Miss Hilton that Mr. Melnick wasn't representing him. And then rather than Mr. Copeland reaching out to Mr. Melnick apparently was in communication with Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard. And Mr. Melnick reached out to Mr. Copeland and injected himself in these proceedings. What we are discussing was in no way a matter that Mr. Melnick was representing Mr. Copeland on, and that is where we are not allowed to speak with a person when they are represented by counsel. Mr. Melnick could not have been representing Mr. Copeland on anything we were talking about, because we were talking about this case and this trial. All that aside, we would like an opportunity for the court to address Mr. Copeland with Mr. Copeland's standing counsel present. Ms. Bumpus is looking at me like, Ms. Bumpus, I'm listening. Ms. Love says, with his stand-in counsel present, and to allow Ms. Bumpus an opportunity to explain to Mr. Copeland everything that I have just said. Her concern outside was, what is the longest he can stay in jail? What I relayed to her is the statute says until he's purged. Then it just says by testifying. Then Ms. Love says his contempt by testifying. And then the judge said, yeah, 507 is a little bit different. So I mean, and Ms. Bumpus said, so until the end of this, and the judge says, he can be here until the end of the trial. And Ms. Bumpus says, that is what I said, to the end of the trial is the longest. And Ms. Love says, no, it's not the longest. Even after grand jury, if a person has been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury, and even after the grand jury has what it is conveyed, has left, that person can stay until that person purges himself of contempt by testifying. The statute literally says that. Ms. Bumpus says, well, I'm going to look it up because it was my understanding that it was until the end of the trial. Ms. Love says, nope. Here it is. Literally the word of statute. And so And then the judge says, he could be here, he could be there a while. Let's put it that way. Either way. And Miss Bumpus says, I just want to be able to give him. And then the judge says, I know. It's kind of statute says, it's kind of the test statute says, that you purge, but I can't keep him in there. I can't keep him in there indefinitely. I've got to kind of, and then Bumpus says, right. That is all I want to know. And then the judge says, the whole thing is that he has the key to his freedom, his own freedom. And that freedom is if he just gives his testimony, then he's purged it. And then Miss Bumpus says, right. Then Miss Love says, and whatever that testimony is, we know what we believe it is to be. But we don't know. Oh Lord, what did she say? We don't know what it is. We can't talk about it. We don't, we don't know what he is going to say. We have an idea. We know what he told us. That's what Love says. So Bumpus goes and say, yeah. And then Love says, oh, our concern is that our concern, I know the court says essentially you intimidated that you what the heck is she saying? That's Mr. Melnick probably told him essentially, you should testify. That they are not going to. We can't do anything with your testimony. But what we overheard being said was, they are going to hammer you, as if we were going to expose Kenneth Copeland too. And then Miss Bumpus says, you heard that. Miss Love says, yes. Yeah, Mr. Melnick told Mr. Copeland we're going to hammer him. And the judge says, now, to be fair, I think Miss Bumpus is an advocate for anybody has got to tell him he's going to face some pretty significant cross-examination. Miss Bumpus says, yeah, I think that's what he meant. And then the judge says, he's got about 10. Miss Love says, so he meant the defense is going to hammer him? Miss Bumpus says, no. Just in general, it's not going to be a da. Miss Love says, he knew that. He had already been expressing that. Then the judge says, but I think if he's concerned about that, well, but it's all in the message and the packaging in terms of what I think. Mr. Copeland is, a savvy person, but he's certainly going to be subject to a thorough and sifting cross-examination. Ms. Love says, and the other thing is that, Ms. Bumpus says, can I just say something in Attorney Meltnick's defense in response, just for the record? And then Miss Love says, yes. Ms. Bumpus says, the reason he doesn't want to move forward with representation, what I have been told is if he decides to testify is that he doesn't feel like he can. He doesn't know what was said outside of his presence. So he doesn't feel like he can adequately represent him or counsel him because he doesn't know what was told to the state when he wasn't there. And Miss Love says, but the thing is that the only thing that he should be concerned about is the criminal exposure or the exposure of that Kenneth Copeland has criminally, and there is nothing. There is literally nothing. The statute is quite clear that we can do to him about. The only thing that would put him in harm's way is a lie and a refusal to testify after being ordered to do so by the court. And by a lie, we don't mean like, oh, I think you're lying. You know, it would have to be, something obvious, because we can always impeach. But if he literally perjures himself, that's something different. You can't help that. We can't control that. We would only say, tell the truth. I don't care how bad it is, just tell the truth. So, like he says, I didn't go down to police station. The judge says, I think part of his challenge, Miss Bumpus, may be that you need to assure him, look, I'm going to be there. And if you think they are asking you a question, they being the state or the defense is asking you a question that's going to bring out other crimes that he's going to be able to look to you and say, can I have a chance to talk to you? And then Miss Love said, that's exactly right. And Miss Bumpus says, uh-huh, uh-huh. And Miss Love says, yes, but that's just it. Miss Bumpus says, no, he's not. Miss Love says, hold on, hold on, hold on. That's just it, Judge. The problem is there's been an assertion that people are representing, and I'm not talking to you about you. Uh-oh. Miss Bumper says, yeah. And Miss Love says, there's been an assertion that people are representing his. That their biggest concern is his best interest. And then they are just not here. And Miss Bumpus is saying she's not in a position to do that. To do that. And Miss Bumper says, no, I'm not saying I'm not in a position. I'm saying that the agreement between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Melnick, who I'm standing in for, is that if he chooses to testify, I'm to get him to sign this paper that says that then discharge Melnick as his representative. That's their agreement. I can't do nothing about that. I can't do nothing about that. Then Miss Love says, that sounds weird. That does not sound like something Mr. Copeland's best interest. That sounds like protecting somebody else's best interest. If you talk, I can't. I ain't going to. I'm not going to represent you. I don't even know what to do with that. And Miss Bumper says, well, he said he does not know what was said. And Miss Love said, it doesn't matter what was said. And Miss Bumper says, right, right. And Miss Love says, it doesn't matter. And if he didn't ask us, he didn't even inquire. What have you all talked about? He has been talking to Brian Steele and Max Shard. That's it. He is not talking to us. And in fact, Mr. Copeland asked to speak with us. Mr. Melnick barged in and gets between Miss Hilton and Mr. Copeland and literally keeps us from talking to him before he gets called to the stand. That's troubling. And that's troubling. And Miss Bumper says, well, I think that what happened was, and I say this because I previously represented Mr. Copeland previously in his other stuff. So I know this is just what I think happened. I think how Attorney Meltner came involved was his representation of other, because he took my place. Copeland fired me and hired Melnick. And then this came about. I think so that the beginning, Melnick was representing him, and then Love says, in his criminal matter that he had, but that's resolved. And Ms. Bumpus says, but when this case started, Melnick called me and told me that he was representing him as a witness at the beginning. I can't assert that. And Love says, Meltnick never in his life, has never in his life. And Bumpus says, this is 2 years ago. And Love said, Meltnick didn't. As a matter of fact, less than 2 years ago, when Copeland was sitting in jail for something else he had done, Meltnick says, I don't represent him. He told me, I don't represent him. And people were in the room. He was on the speaker. He told me he didn't represent him. Now, he ultimately did come about and represent him, but when we were trying to get, I guess, and Bumper says something, yeah. Love says, Copeland was like, he's not my lawyer. I don't have a lawyer. He's not my lawyer. And then Bumper says, are you talking about recently? Miss Love says, so recently Copeland said that Meltnick was not his lawyer. And Bumper says, right. Then Love says, when Copeland was in jail, Meltnick told me he wasn't his lawyer. But our understanding was that Meltnick was his lawyer for those criminal charges. And so the person that came in and argued, or at least stood in for him on his bond and then on his subsequent plea, was Meltnick. But I don't know whose interest he would be representing when he's not talking to us about what we've spoken to Copeland about. That's what Love says. And he could ask us and we would tell him, so I don't know why he would withdraw his representation of him. If his interest is Kenneth Copeland, then why would he pull out? Then the judge said, that doesn't make sense. That's what Judge said. And then Miss Love said, at the point where he would face the most Pearl, if that is his concern. If his concern is, I don't know what they talked about, so I don't know what. Then the judge says, and I thought Miss Hilton had a list of questions for Mr. Copeland anyway. Miss Love says she did. And the judge, well, how come you all can't? Love says, he didn't ask to see those. He didn't. And not only that, then the judge says, well, can't you all share that with Miss Bumpus? And Miss Love says, well, Miss Hilton has already shared it with Mr. Copeland. We certainly will share it, generally speaking. Miss Bumper says, can I read this email that Meltnick sent me? I don't know if this will help you understand what he's saying. It says, hey, Kayla, I wasn't able to see Kenneth today. I went on Saturday and tried to talk to him before his flight. But I have talked to his family. So at first, Kenneth was going to testify, but he decided to take the 5th. He may change his mind on Monday. If he does, then he's agreed to discharge me as his attorney. This isn't out of bad feeling, but I was not present when he met with DA's office, so I can't really help him with his testimony. And then he gave me the discharge and told me that if he decided to testify, then he signed to this. Ms. Love says, and that's just it. It's like you never know what somebody's going to ask. And if he's concerned about putting him in a legal jeopardy, then it would seem like he would remain and allow Mr. Copeland access to counsel when Mr. Copeland is concerned that he's about to walk into the area that puts him in legal jeopardy. Ms. Bumper says, you can't switch how he gets called. And Ms. Love says, see, that's not in Copeland's best interest. That's in the defendant's best interest. When you say switch, in how he gets called, what does that have to do with anything? Miss Bumper says, I don't know. Maybe he's saying he can't do it because he can't get his refundable ticket. Miss Love says, that's not what he said in that email to you. And that is not what he relays to the court. And his concern have nothing to do with, and then the judge said, he was very much, and then Miss Bumper says, I tried to go back and watch as much as I could. And the judge said, telling me what he was, that he was going on vacation. And I said, well, you inserted yourself in this. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hello? Yes.
Good evening, Mrs. Matthews. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Matthew. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah, I do. Okay, that was Mr. Matthew, y'all. Um, Let me go back. Where was I at? Where am I at? Lord have mercy. Okay, sorry, bye. Sorry about that, guys. He threw me off. All right. Okay, you can't switch how he gets his call. How he gets called. Miss Love says, see, that's not in Mr. Copeland's best interest. That is in the defendant's best interest. When you say switch in how he gets called, what does that have to do with anything? And Miss Bumper says, I don't know. Maybe he's saying he can't do it because he can't get his refundable ticket. Miss Love says, that is not what he said in the email to you. And that's not what he relayed to the court. I read this already. Let's go back down to the judge. Hold on, hold on. Okay, he inserted himself. Okay, and so Love says, so he can't force Mr. Copeland to discharge him because Mr. Copeland decided to testify. The judge says, I think you are in until it's done. I mean, Miss Bumpus says, who, me? And the judge says, yeah, I mean, that's just if he testifies, you got to kind of, and Ms. Love says, and frankly, Your Honor, I know that if a person faces criminal contempt, they are entitled to representation if they want it. This being a civil contempt matter. And the And then the judge says, not necessarily. Anybody who's facing contempt can get counsel. I mean, not anybody, but, and then Miss Bumper says, I can't stay. How long is this going to take? And then Miss Love said, it might take some days. Huh? Huh? And Miss Love says, and see, that's just it. And I think Miss Bumpers is put in this precautious position. She's not the one that stood up and injected herself into this. They reached out to her and she did him a favor. But ultimately, it seems as if Mr. Melnick is stalling and attempting to delay and hamper and hinder our proceeding. And that is a problem because that has nothing to do with the best interest of Kenneth Copeland. And that has nothing to do with Kenneth Copeland's exposure if he testifies. Just to answer the question about what he exposed to. The statute is very, very clear. It literally says that's not testimony or any evidence required under court's order or any information directly or indirectly diverged from such testimony or evidence shall be used against a person in any proceeding or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he testify or produces evidence under the court order. That is saying even if he got on the stand and said, then the judge said he started talking about unrelated crime, which is what the biggest thing I think he's probably thinking about is that, yeah, that's a lot of stuff they could ask me about. Miss Love says, right. And the judge says, that is not known to a lot of people, and that, he could also invoke his Fifth Amendment with the advice of counsel if it was other particular crimes. But, and then Love says, but even that, we wouldn't even, and then the judge says, even that, he still have to testify. And Miss Love says, literally, right. I saw Lay's, and then judge said, yeah, I mean anything he testifies to. And then Love says, we do this. And then Bumper says, okay. And about the delay or stall, isn't it true or is it not true that he has a leave filed since December? And then Love said, we have nothing to do with that. Oh, we have nothing to do with any of that. He injected himself into this. Oh, okay. And judge says, yeah. See, the problem is, and then Love said, he stepped in. And then the judge says, that's when you get involved. I don't know you have to leave. I don't know you have a leave. And right, Judge Love said, right, you. Uh-uh. Then the judge said, unless you file that leave into this case, you don't have a leave for my case. Oh Lord. And Love said, right. And Bumper says, okay, okay. Then Love said, he did not. Then the judge said, so he didn't have one? And Love said, Mr. Copeland's been a witness and a name on this witness list since. And the judge says, so since he said, well, I represented him, I'm like, okay, well, don't you have a leave that's filed in our case? Bumper says, okay, okay. Then Love says, so he did this to himself and he did it to you. But we have to, that is just where it is. It is. And I don't know that. That's just where we are. And Bumpus says, so, Judge, are you going to make me stay if he chooses to testify? Then he just says, I am because you're his lawyer. You're his lawyer. You're a stand-in lawyer at this point. And Bumpus says, Your Honor, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not ready. And Love says, if. And the judge says, there's nothing for you to be ready about. I mean, here's the thing. I think the only thing you got to kind of ask him about is, look, is I'm sorry. The only thing you have to ask him about is, look, here is the question the state is going to ask you. All right. Is there anything else that could hurt you that they might ask about you about? As long as you have knowledge of that, then I think you are fine because the state only going to get into this. Now, the reason you want to know what's going to hurt you is the defendants know more about Kenneth Copeland than anyone else. So they're probably going to kind of, and Bumpus says, what about if I say I can't do it? Uh-oh. then Melnick needs to come back, right? Am I going to be in trouble? Because I was only for Monday. I was only here for Monday. I was only because I was only for Monday. Okay, this is like weird. Okay, that's what I was told. I was given specific, and then Miss Love said, if Copeland said, I don't know what Mr. Copeland wants. It's his choice. Then Bumper says, can't he say he doesn't want Melnick? Love said, he can say whatever he wants. It's his choice. And then Bumper says, but the judge is saying, then Love says, I don't think he can be forced to have representation if he doesn't want it, need, or say he wants it, because we offered, we have done everything to clear him of judicial exposure. He's not, there is nothing he can say. He could lie. Oh, there it is right there, y'all. He could lie. That puts him in, the judge said, Perel. And Love said, Perel. But, he can't talk about a crime that we could then prosecute him for. The judge says, that's involving with this or some other place. And the Love says, right. Bumper says, I understand, but then Love said, we can't use his testimony to go find evidence to prosecute him for stuff he talked about. Basically, he is literally shielded. That's what Love said. Bumper says, I would have to agree with you that I don't think that's the concern. Is it that what you said? Then Love says, well, the court said that. And then Bumper says, no, I'm saying with Mr. Copeland not testifying. You said you don't think that his concern is criminal exposure, or do you think that is what he's worried about? Then the judge said, do you think he's fearful of testifying for other reason, like his personal safety? Bumper says, right. Then Love says, that is what Mr. Melnick said to me in an email. I pulled it up, he said. Then Bumper says, but you don't believe that? And Love says, are you going to get him killed? Huh? Love says, are you going to get him killed? That's what he said. We ain't gonna kill him. And Bumpus says, yes, I don't know anything about that email. And Love says, we ain't gonna kill him. We ain't gonna kill him. I could show you the email, but we're not going to kill Kenneth Copeland. So who is he talking about? So what are you trying to do? And the judge says, that is a collateral second and third order effect. Let's pray it doesn't happen. But, and then Love says, obviously then the judge says, first, he has to give testimony, though. That's what he has to do. He got to give the testimony, whatever it is, good, bad, or indifferent. Good, bad, or indifferent, I should say. Then Love says, so we would like, with the court's permission, they haven't brought him over, and he was supposed to be first one up. So I guess they went to get him. They might be over with him now. The judge says, is he here now? And Love says, I don't know. Then Glanville exit the chamber at 9:33. Miss Love says, we would like to just go into another courtroom and talk to him. Give him a chance to talk to him, and then give you an opportunity to explain to him. And the court reporter, we're off off record. That's what the court reporter says. We're off record. And then they have a brief recess. Judge Glanville and Mr. Chamberlain enters the chamber at 9:34. Then Miss Love says, Miss Hilton has been communicating with him. He'd like to grab her from downstairs and have her come up. Where is Mr. Copeland? The judge asked. Mr. Chamberlain says, they took him upstairs to the tank in 9. That's the ninth floor, y'all. And the reporter says, okay, can we bring him out? I mean, then the judge, I'm sorry, not the court reporter. Then the judge says, can we bring him out? Can we? Then Mr. Chamberlain says, your chamber is being used. I mean, your courtroom is being used. And then the judge says, let's bring him here. And Mr. Chamberlain says, all right, so let me see if I can get that done. Then the judge says, let's bring him here. Okay, thank you. We'll just bring him here. The proceedings stood in recess from 9:34 to 10:03. Mr. Copeland enters the chambers at 10:03. Also present was Judge Glanville, Assistant District Attorney Simone Hilton, and Attorney Kayla Bumpus, Court Reporter Christina Reaver, Investigator Antonia Long, and Rashid Hamilton, and Deputy Houston, Deputy McPherson, Sergeant Brown, and Sergeant Hall with the Fulton County Sheriff Department. So how many people is that? How many people is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That would be 11, right? With Love, right? If you add Love and the judge, that's 11. All right. The judge says, okay. Then Copeland says, can you let me know I got a hearing problem? He started off already, Woody. Oh, yeah, it'd be 12. Woody's 12. Yeah. He says, could you let me know I got a hearing problem? Let him know I have a hearing problem. Could you let him know I have a hearing problem? Is what Copeland said. And Bumper says, okay. He said, can he is hard. He said, can he is hard of hearing. Then the judge says, that makes us 2 of us. I've got a hearing aid that's coming on the 27th of January. Of June. So I'll try to talk loud. Is that okay? If I, and then Copeland said, yeah, I can read lips. He said he could read lips. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Good, Mr. Copeland. Good morning. And Woody says, good morning. And Judge says, all right, I just wanted to bring you over and let you talk with Miss Bumpus and see if there is anything that you need to ask of counsel and Miss Hilton or the state or the court before we bring you out to this morning. Because we would like to hear your testimony. That is kind of where we are at this point in time. So, is there anything you want to ask? Then Woody asked, well, I want to speak to you personally that I have never been truthful a day in my life. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, God. Y'all, he said he has never been truthful a day in his life. Oh, my God. Okay, I got to read that again. Well, I want to speak to you personally that I have never been truthful a day in my life until I just made this statement right now. I don't comprehend none of this stuff that's going on, the judge says. The judge says, okay, well, the only thing you can give is truthful testimony. Whatever you know is whatever you know. That is it. And then Hilton said, and what you're saying, Mr. Copeland and I, we have talked about this. I'm not sure what your concerns are. what concerns you expressed to Mr. Melnick last week. But if any of your concern deals with being locked up for anything, you can't, like, there's nothing we that can happen. The feds, you hear that? The feds, well, Bumper says, well, that's not, Hilton said, it is true. Then Bumper says, no. I said, that's not his concern. And Hilton said, if his concern is safety, we need to know. Like, that's not expressed. So we don't know what the concern is so that we can try to resolve the concern. This is what I'm saying. Mr. Copeland, I have had conversation before. I understand some of his concern is potential criminal liability. Hence, when we gave you immunity, the federal statute of limitations done. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear what they just told him? They said the federal statute of limitation is done, so they wouldn't be able to come after him. Did you hear it? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Yeah. You said the federal statute of limitation done. The state statute of limitation done. So there is nothing. Like, I researched it this weekend again. Both those statute of limitation for what you and I talked about, which is in 2015 or before, done. You cannot be prosecuted for anything you testify federally or statewide. Immune, period. Do y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? So if that is the concern, there is none, because you cannot be prosecuted. The federal statute of limitation is 5 years. So anything in 2015, 5 years would have been in 2020. Anything statewide is 4 years. It would have been 2019. Finished. Finish. Next concern. What may happen in the street? You know, have talked about what we can do as far as living and all of that. We have had those conversations. So I'm trying to express to you, we do not want you locked up. I don't know how many times I've got to tell you that to you, but I've got to say to you, we do not want you sitting in decab or wherever they got you because of this. I know you want to talk to me on Friday before you walked into the court. We weren't able to talk. If you still want to talk or without Miss Bumpers, I'm here. But we do not want you in custody. You will not, this order, I don't know if you kept your copy of the order, but this order says you are immune from prosecution of it, any of it. Literally, judge, you might want to close your ears. If you confess to murder on the stand, if we don't have any other independent evidence outside what you say on the stand, you are immune from prosecution from what you say in court. So, again, I don't know what was communicated to you on Friday. I have no idea, but what the state has assured you, which I have assured you in our private conversation with Mr. Long, as I'm saying in front of Ms. Bumpers, as well told you, that is what has order said. That's what, I'm sorry, that is what this order says. Okay, y'all hear that, right? And then the judge says, and that is direct or cross examination. And that is direct and cross examination, Hilton says. Judge says, so if you are worried about the defendants may ask you because they may know your business, but if they ask you about things that you might think you might have liability with, you can't be prosecuted for any of those. Then Copeland says, I got family members watching this trial. I don't want my nephew and them to hear things that I may be involved in. Things think it's okay and think it's okay. And Hilton says, but I think that's a separate conversation we can have with them as an honest individual. Like, look, nephews, I've lived the life that I don't want you to live. Don't go through what I've been through. But that's not that's something you can have outside of being in jail, because that's a better conversation you can have with your nephew in person. But they haven't had to come to DeKalb County Jail because you're being held in contempt. You have that conversation with your nephew tomorrow in person. You can have that conversation with them. You can have that conversation with anybody. You know what's coming up this weekend. Why are we in jail? Why are we in jail? What are we doing? Copeland says. But y'all did this intentionally. He said, y'all did this intentionally. And then Hilton says, no, we did not. You and I had this conversation, Mr. Copeland, on Friday morning. And Copeland and Woody says, you know, my child's birthday was next weekend. Next week. And Miss Hilton says, but what did I tell you? When we met with each other, I said to you, you asked me, what is the thing that's going to get me in jail? Didn't you ask me that? And what was my response? If you plead the fifth. And that is exactly what you did on the stand. And Copeland said, Woody said, but what did I tell you before I got to that point? I told you the whole time, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Not and, but Thursday. But I told you, Hilton said, but I told you we were giving you immunity. Copeland said, that I was pleading the fifth. And Hilton says, no, you did not. And Woody said, I told you every day I was pleading the fifth. And Hilton said, no, you did not. We told you. And Copeland said, I told you my concern. And Hilton says, and we said we could give you immunity. You said your concern is what they know about you. And when you said that, I said, well, you know stuff about them. And then I said, whatever your concerns are, we are giving you immunity. And Woody said, so I didn't tell you I lied on them to get myself out of situation? Uh-oh. And Hilton said, you said you were a liar. That's what you said. You said you were a liar. Y'all, this is a joke. This is a joke, y'all. This is weird. This is a joke. He told him it. Oh my God. Hilton said, you said you're a liar. And then Bumper says, was this recorded? Hilton says, no. And Bumper says, did he ever say that Melnick was his attorney? And Hilton said, no. This week, when we first met you in the car on Friday, we asked you, is Melnick your attorney? You said, he's not my attorney. I haven't talked to him. Woody said, no, I never said he's not my attorney. I said I haven't talked to him. Hilton says, you said he's not your attorney. You haven't talked to him. We continue to have a conversation. At no point did you ever say to us, hey, I want Mr. Melnick here. Hey, put Mr. Melnick on the phone. Woody says, you didn't make me feel like I needed him. And Hilton says, but if you needed him, we would have said, if you would have needed Mr. Melnick, we would have said to you, okay, just call him. So, I mean, that is our position. We don't want you in jail. We just want you to be able to purge yourself by testifying. Whatever your truth is what your truth is. But just got to answer the question. We believe that your whatever your truth is what your truth is. We know that you said before, I don't know what you're going to say on the stand, but we know is pleading the fifth is going to keep you in custody. That's what we know. Now you know now how you answer your question is how you answer your questions. I know that you said before, and I know what you said later. I mean, I know what you said before, and I don't know what you're going to say on the stand because you and I never went into full details about it. But what I don't want is you to be sitting in custody. You did it. What he said, you did it. You did it. Hilton said, I did not do it. You did it by pleading the fifth. Woody says, you told me before you went to judge with whatever the thing you went to him with, you told me that I can't, I'm asking a question, I can say I don't recall or I don't know. You told me if I plead the fifth, I mean something. Why would I plead the fifth on something I ain't do? Oh, and I said, what do you, and I said that you don't know what I did and what I ain't do. And then you was asked, then you was like something. And then y'all asked for this immunity. And I was like, it was something. And then Thursday or Friday came. And then y'all go tell me, oh, we went to the judge with this. So you got to testify. If you don't testify, the judge gonna lock you up. That's what Woody said, y'all. And then Hilton said, right, but that was based upon you. And Woody said, but I told y'all that. Then Miss Hilton said, no, you didn't. Then Woody said, you said, why would I plead the fifth on something I didn't do? And I said, you don't know what happened. And then Hilton said, and I said, I don't know what happened. Only you know and them know. I said, but you never said I'm pleading the fifth. You said, what if I do this? What if I do this? What if I do this? Woody says, I told you. I said I'm going to plead the fifth. And you said, why would you plead the fifth to something that you know you didn't do? Then Bumpus says, so if you didn't have immunity prior to, this is what you are saying? That you feel like he didn't have immunity prior to? Then Woody said, immunity came Friday, right when I went to jail. What? Bumpus said, hold on. Then Hilton said, the immunity came after Mr. Melnick sent an email saying my client is pleading the fifth. That was on Thursday evening at 6. Bumpus says, okay. Hilton says, so after that, that was an empathetic. He is pleading the fifth. Then Bumper says, uh-huh, uh-huh. And Hilton said, we came and we got this sign. Bumper says, uh-huh, uh-huh. Then Hilton says, and then Friday morning came. Bumper says, okay. Hilton says, so Friday evening, Mr. Melnick reached out to us, said he represents him. He's pleading the fifth. Bumper says, okay. When was the last time you talked to him before Melnick got involved? Hilton says, we talked to him early that day on Thursday. Bumper says, okay. And then how did speak unaudibly to Mr. Copeland? And Woody says, he called me. Bumper says, okay, I was just trying to get a timeline. Then Hilton says, sure, right. So we have been talking since Friday. So I met with Mr. Copeland last Friday, I think out in the neighborhood. Then he came on Tuesday for court. We talked briefly on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he came. Copeland says, Thursday. And Hilton says, no, I think he only came 2 days. So it had to be Wednesday and Thursday he came. It wasn't Tuesday. It was Wednesday and Thursday he came. And then Thursday, once we left, is when Mr. Melnick reached out to us and said, my client is pleading the fifth. And that at that point is when we went to the next morning and got the immunity motion. Okay, so they just did that. They did it right the same time. So he didn't have immunity before. And then this is Hilton Till speaking. And then we spoke on Friday morning. I handed Mr. Copeland his agreement and let him know that he has immunity and that anything he says we can't use. And then Mr. Melnick came and then we had court. Bumpus says, so you are pretty much saying you didn't ask for this? And Copeland says, I didn't. Then Hilton says, but we gave it. He doesn't have to ask for it. Bumpus says, I know. I mean, he's just saying, and Hilton says, right. He doesn't have to ask for it. But to alleviate whatever his concerns were, we gave him immunity. He didn't have to ask for it. And then Bumpus says, so if he wouldn't have had this, I'm just saying this so he can understand it. I'm walking him through. And Hilton said, uh-huh. Bumpus says, would he still have to testify or would he have been able to plead the fifth? That's what he's saying. And Hilton said, if he did not have immunity, and Bumpus says, yes. Hilton said, yes, he could plead the fifth. And Copeland says, that's what I'm, and then Bumpus says, that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say he didn't ask for this. He didn't ask for the immunity. They want to give it to him. He wanted to plead the fifth, y'all. Woody wanted to plead the fifth. They wanted the one giving him immunity. He didn't want the immunity. Oh Lord, this is crazy. So they put the man in jail. He didn't want immunity. Oh Lord. Oh my God. Okay. Then Hilton says, but he doesn't have to ask for it. Now, that's we have given it to him because that's on us. So now that we have given it to him, it's in order. He can still choose if that's kind of wrong, y'all. You see that? That's kind of wrong. How you going to give somebody immunity and they don't want it? Why would you get? That's kind of crazy, y'all. That is kind of crazy. Oh my God. Okay, okay. Let me finish, y'all. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. I got caught up in it. Hilton said, but he doesn't have to ask for it now that we have given it to him because that is on us. So now that we have given it to him, it's in order. He can still choose. No, no, no. He cannot choose. Stop telling lies because if he chose, yeah, he's going to jail. If this is the road he wants to take, he'll just stay in custody until the trial is over. Oh my God, y'all. That's so like wrong. Doesn't he have to sign for that immunity thing? This is crazy. That alone is wrong. Okay, hey Tasha. All right, let me go back. And when he says, and when we say the trial is over, every last defendant has been tried. Not just these six, the other ones too. Woody says, I done did longer time. Uh-oh. Go on, Woody. Woody said he done did a longer time. Okay, Woody. And Hilton said, all right, Mr. Copeland, I'm telling you that you are literally immune from prosecution from anything else you may say. That's that. Oh, okay, y'all. So the choice is always up to you. But we want to put on record the state does not want you in custody. What the state would like you to do is purge yourself from. Y'all, this is crazy. And Copeland says, purge, what purge yourself mean? And Hilton said, means that you are no longer in custody, and the way that you purge yourself is to testify. That is kind of how it happens. And that is what the state wants you to do. We don't want you in custody. I can't say that any other different way. I can't say any other different way, but we don't want you in custody. The only thing that's holding you is you refusing to testify. Y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy. Now here's the judge. The judge say, so do you have any question other than any other question? Basically, if you invoke the fifth, Copeland said, I don't trust. I don't trust. I don't know what's going on. I don't trust nobody. I don't trust her word, but I don't know what's going on, Your Honor. Then Hilton said, this is your insurance. I don't know if you want to break that down to him. Bumpus says, well, he doesn't want that. And the judge says, but he has been given it. Oh, y'all. Oh, he has been given it. See, that's what the challenge, Mr. Copeland, is that if they didn't give you immunity, you could invoke the fifth privilege. That's what he wanted. He wanted to invoke the fifth. Oh, y'all, this is crazy. Oh my God. This is like, this is crazy, y'all. Okay. Bumper says, well, he doesn't want that. Okay. Then the judge said, okay, I'm gonna go down. But what the state decided is they said your testimony is worth more to them at this point in time, and they really want to know what you have to say. Oh my God. Only in a whoa. They have made it from the state's perspective, they have made a decision to give you immunity, so you no longer can invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. You have to testify. So that's the difference in this particular scenario, is that they have given away. Well, you can still invoke the fifth privilege. You still can do that, but the consequences in invoking it is you will remain in custody. So if you testify, you get out of custody. If you and you stay out of custody until you're done. Woody says, then if I don't testify, I have to stay in until when? Then the judge says, until the trial is over, until all the defendants have been. I've got these six, and we have right now, and then there's the other six. Hilton said, no, there's another 12. The judge says, there's another 12, and thereabouts are still outstanding in various form or another. Then the Woody says, "Can I speak to her for a second?" And the judge said, "Yeah, sure." Judge Glanville, Assistant Attorney Simone Hilton, and court reporter Christina Weaver and investigator Long, she left the chamber at 10:17 and returned at 10:33. Mr. Copeland, my question is, can I ask you a question? Yes. This is Copeland asking him a question. Yes, the judge says. So my question is, so what I was just asking her was, if you asked me a question and you feel that is I was lying about it, you will lock me back up? Hilton says no. If you So you are saying, you say I don't talk to Demoncan, whatever his name is. Well, no, I can't talk about that because the judge is in here. Oh, okay. Are you asking, for example, if you said before that the sky is blue and I ask you to understand what color is the sky, you said that it was red, I'm going to say no. Back before you said it was blue. Is that what you're trying to ask me? That's what Hilton says. Bumper says, so explain the independent evidence. If he says he did something and you know he's not telling the truth, what happens? Hilton said he said he did something and did not do that. Bumpus says, if you believe he did not, so if you believe he is lying about that. Hilton says, then no. If he admits to doing something on the stand, and Bumper says, uh-huh. And Hilton says, and he did not do that thing. And Bumper says, uh-huh. I'm going to say, this is the first time you're saying that. And Bumper says, you have independent evidence to prove it wasn't him. Then what? Then Hilton says, then nothing. What do you mean? Like, Bumper says, so then he will be fine. And Hilton said, yes, but Bumper says, so are you okay with him if he got on the stand and say something that weren't true? Hilton said, no, I want him to tell the truth. What have I always say to you? I want you to tell the truth. I don't know what's going to come out of your mouth. I expect you to tell the truth. And if you say something that is inconsistent with what you said before, then I'm going to ask you about the inconsistency. But I expect you to tell the truth. What you go what you go on the stand to do, I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do. I want you to tell the truth, but I will deal with you saying something different in a manner that I normally do. Woody says, if I'm going to say something different, right? So when the police question me, they done question me every time they lock me up. I don't know how many times that was. I done told them whatever different story I could think of to try to finesse my way out of the situation. I don't recall what I'd done. Told them. Hilton said, okay, so you can say, I don't recall. That's how that works. I don't recall. Bumpus says, and if he says that is very single question, every single question. Hilton says, I would hope that that's not the truth because I think there are some things you do recall and some things you don't. But the thing that you don't recall, you don't recall. And then I will go through my process of what I do. You can talk to him about what impeachment is. That won't get that won't get you locked up. Impeachment will not get you locked up. You can talk to him about what impeachment is. If he says, I don't recall what he says, what will get me locked up? What he said, what would get me locked up? Hilton says, what did I tell you? I don't know. Woody says, I don't know. Hilton says, what you did on Friday? I plead the fifth. And the court instructs you. If the court instructs you, um, then Copeland says, so the only thing that gets me locked up if I plead the fifth? Bumper says, yeah. Hilton said the court instructs you. You need to answer the question. You say again, I plead the fifth. Again, that's what's going to get you locked up. If you answer the question, you're not you that will not get you locked up. And Woody says, so if you don't want me in jail, why you just don't let me go after the trial is over with? And Hilton says, you are in jail because you're not answering the question. Then the judge said, because you have been given immunity. Then Hilton said, because you have been given immunity, you are only in jail because you got up here. And Copeland said, well, what about this? I answer the question, you take away immunity. I answer the question and I plead the fifth. Hilton says no. Woody said, to answer the question that I feel incriminating me. And Hilton said, but then then Copeland said, I won't plead the fifth to things that don't incriminate me. Then the judge said the state can still give you immunity. They can give you immunity to whoever they want. Okay? They can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And what Miss Hilton is telling you is just tell the truth as you know it and let her worry about it. I mean, even though you may have said a different version of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is not if you just invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege because you have been given immunity. Or, as Miss Love said this morning, remember, Miss Love said, you, if you overtly lie about something, like if you tell a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you on that particular charge. I mean, that particular false statement. Woody says, that's what we're going to do. Ms. Bumpus says, that's what I was saying. You will be right back here, Bumpus says. Hilton says, but if you say something that you know you did not do, like you admit to something you know you did not do, whether you like murder, what he said, like murder don't have like no statute of limitation, right? Murder don't have statute of limitation. See, he's a smart man. Hilton said, but if you did do it, I can't charge you with something you didn't do because I don't have any other evidence but you saying it. Copeland said, but y'all don't like. Then Bumper says, you can have charges. You can charge him with false statement and he will be back in jail. That is what he's trying to say. Hilton said, But if I know you are lying about that, I do not intend to do that. If I know right now he's lying, I know he's lying. I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that. But I'm not going to charge you when I know you didn't do that, what you are trying to say you did now. And that can be part of this. I know you didn't do that. In Copeland's, Woody says, but it's up to the judge to do that. Then Hilton says, no, it's up to the state to bring charges. Then the judge says, I don't have anything to do with that. Then Hilton says, he has nothing to do with bringing charges. That's up to the state of Georgia. And Woody said, can I talk to my family? I will make my decision right after I hang the phone. And Bumper says, he's saying he hasn't been able to speak to anybody. Hilton said, his sister just called us. Then Woody said, y'all done me wrong. Y'all just hold me in jail. Don't let me get no PIN number, no nothing. And Hilton says, we have no knowledge. We did not know that you. And Bumper says, he hasn't been able to do anything, speak to anyone. And then Woody says, the jail system's down. Y'all still putting people in. And then Hilton says, that part I don't know. I know we have been in communication with your sister. Your sister actually texted Miss Lanquest to make sure you're okay. We told her we physically had laid eyes on you. I'll leave that up to the sheriff. I don't know. Brief pause. Then Woody says, so what you think she's saying? Then Hilton said, I can tell you right now. Then Woody says, I'm talking about that locking me back up. Then Hilton says, we would have to bring charges. There would be no incentive. Then Woody said, y'all will. Then Hilton says, we already had this discussion. Woody says, look what you did to me. You waited until Friday and did this. I done told you every day before Friday came that I was pleading the fifth. And Hilton says, no, you did not. As a matter of fact, our last, then the judge says, Mr. Copeland, let's see if we can get beyond this, okay? Beyond what your concern is. Could you could invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. The state have to turn around and say, stop. Had me go ahead, file the motion, and give you immunity. It was going to. I mean, they make that decision. They decided to make it on Friday. So even if you have been more comfortable testifying and invoking the fifth of privileges, they could decide you as a witness and want your testimony more than they do you invoking the Fifth Amendment privilege. So they give you immunity. They gave you immunity, so you've got to testify truthfully as to what your knowledge of a particular incident is. I mean, so they could have done in that anyway. Even if they put you on the stand, they could have said stop and gone ahead and give you immunity. They could have done that. And Woody says, so I can get in some type of writing that if I was to testify that if she feels as in I lied about anything, they wouldn't lock me back up. The judge said, let me have that, Miss Bumpus. And Bumpus handed a document to the judge. And there's a brief pause. Mr. Copeland, on page 2 of the order pursuant to OCGA 24 5 507. However, no testimony given by Mr. Copeland as required under this order or any information directly or indirectly derived from the testimony of Kenneth Copeland given by Kenneth Copeland as required under this order shall be used against Kenneth Copeland in any proceeding or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he testifies under the order. Okay, so you testify about aggravated assault or murder. They can't prosecute you on it because that is what it says in the order. Oh, wow, y'all. So if you testify about some aggravated assault or murder, they can't prosecute you. Do you see that? Okay, the only thing that will get you in trouble is if the next paragraph, Kenneth shall be subject to prosecution or penalty of forfeiture for any perjury, false swearing, or contempt committed in testifying or failing to testify in accordance to this order. However, it is ordered that Kenneth Copeland shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court in the state, the United States, or any other state. So basically, if you commit perjury, false swearing, or contempt committing in testifying, that means if you just invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege or failing to testify, you say, I'm not going to testify. All right. So the only two real thing you can kind of get in trouble for are perjury and false swearing, as long as you tell the truth. Now, as Miss Hilton and Miss Bumpus said earlier, you may have had told or been asked about situation over and over again, and they may have changed. What the state is asking you to do is to tell the version of that really is the truth. If they want to impeach you, they can do that. Or if the other side wants to impeach you, they can do that. You won't get in trouble for that. And then Woody says, you said I will. And then the judge said, you will not. You will not. Impeachment is not perjury or false swearing, okay? And then Copeland, Woody said, but she said, I can purge myself through. Hilton said, no. We're saying two different things. Sorry. Perjury is if you get on the stand and you just say a bold-faced lie. That's something that is just wrong. You say, I did something, and all the other times you have said, I have not done it. And really, while it's perjury, it's really not an inconsistent statement. It's really an inconsistent statement. I like if you get on the stand and say, I did X, but in 2015 you said I never did X. That is what I'm going to impeach. I'm going to impeach you on everything you said on 2015, meaning I'm going to say, okay, today you said I did X, but in 2015, then Lieutenant Dean enters the chamber. Lieutenant Dean says, we have a security issue. We need to stop a minute. If we can stop for a second, please. Judge Glanville and Lieutenant Dean exit at 10:45. Judge Glanville returned into the chamber at 10:47. And Miss Hilson says, I don't know what was told to you on Friday. I have no reason to want you in prison. You have spent enough time in prison for YSL, period. So why would I want that for you? That doesn't make no sense. I said it is, I said it to you before, and I will say it to you again in front of all these people. It makes no sense. Then Woody says, I just said I'm going to have to stay in jail until the last. You said, I'm sorry, you said I was going to have to stay in jail until the last. Hilton said, if you don't testify, get this part through your head. If you don't testify, that is the only thing that is holding you. That is literally the only thing holding you right now is the fact that you keep saying, I'm not going to testify. Well, you haven't said it today. I'm not testifying. I plead the fifth. If you get there and I want you to tell you the truth. Like I said before, if you don't recall certain things, you can say, I don't recall. You don't recall. That's fine. I want you to tell the truth. I don't expect you to remember every single detail from 2015. I just don't. No one here does. But what I expect you is to answer questions so we can get through this. So you can go home, be with your baby for her birthday. These these dogs deliver these babies. Go talk to your nephews and do all these other things. Copeland said, how do you know my dogs? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He said, how do you know my dogs? Because you told me. Copeland said, okay. What's wrong? Bumper says. Copeland says, I'm stressing at another level. Like Bumper says, can he? I'm saying. Copeland says, I'm weak. Man, I'm not playing. I'm dead serious. Man, like Hilton said, this is what opposition is. We do not want him in custody. We want him to tell the truth. We want him to testify. That's what will get him out of jail. And you have to make, then Bumpus says, if he decides in 2 weeks he wants to testify, then what? Hilton says, if he wants to stay in jail for 2 weeks, then I don't know why he would want to stay in jail for 2 weeks. I have no idea. Then Bumpus says, he just feels like he's under a lot of pressure right this second. And Copeland says, even at the jail, they are just, can't give me house arrest. And Hilton says, no, you can go home by taking the stand and testifying. That's what you. And Judge says, come back tomorrow. And then Hilton says, there's no we keeping on saying yet. No, there's no, we keep on saying yet, but there is no crime. We keep on saying yet. I don't know who is telling you about a crime. There is no crime. You have done nothing wrong except for not, Copeland said. So why am I in jail then? Hilton said, because you aren't testifying. Then Copeland said, but that ain't nothing wrong. It's not a crime. And Hilton said, it's not a crime, but you're in civil contempt. And the judge said two things. Because you invoked your privilege after you have been given immunity. That is why you are in custody. Because you get out by testifying. If you testify, you get out. Y'all, this man was not having it. They forced the immunity on him. He didn't ask for immunity. Oh my Lord, y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. That is why I was going to bring you why I brought you here early today to just inquire about that. You can remain and hold your position by invoking your fifth or not testifying. But you can go back to prison. You go back to jail because and Copeland said, you can't sentence me? And Bumper says, there's no sentence. The judge says, there is no sentence. The contempt is compliance. They want your testimony. That is all they want, whatever that may be. Oh my God, y'all. They forced this man to testify. Then the judge says, then Copeland says, I don't know what it is, Your Honor. Then Hilton says, so listen, you are in jail for failing to testify. Then the judge says, failing to testify. Hilton says, not for nothing else. There is no crime. You ain't done nothing. I don't know if people are telling you that you are going to charge you with nothing. You are not. We are not charging you. The state charges you. There is nothing we're charging you with. You are only in custody because you have decided not to testify. That is it. Once you decide to testify, then judge says, remember that word. You were talking about purge. The judge Copeland, huh? Uh-huh. And the judge said, okay, you can purge right now. Purge, get yourself out of jail by testifying. Copeland said, I can purge and get out of jail? Then the judge said, yes, by testifying. Hilton said, not perjury. Judge says, purge, meaning you can get out of jail. You can get out of jail, out of custody just by testifying. Copeland says, and what about the other one? The other word, perjury. And the judge said, that's different. Hilton said, that's different. The court said, that's different word, okay? Copeland said, that can get me back in jail? And Hilton said, yes. The judge said, perjury is. Hilton said, it's not. You're not, what you're not saying is not perjury. What you're saying is, we call it prior inconsistency statement. Your example that you gave me, what if I said I did something and I know I didn't do it, and you said before you didn't do it? That's not perjury. That is a prior inconsistent statement. Then they pause. Then Bumper says, you got to make a decision. So if he starts testifying today, he's going to go home today? And Hilton says, he should, as long as he remains. But if he gets up there and be like, if you get to testify, then you get into it and you start saying, I plead the fifth. We're going to be back here again. You're going to be back. We're going to be back here again. And Bumper says, but if he says he don't recall to anything, to everything, he'll be okay. And Hilton said, I'm not advising that, but so long as he answers the question, that's fine. As long as and Copeland says, I did these crimes. I'm telling you that. Oh my God. He said, I did these crimes. I'm telling you that. And Hilton said, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. And Bumpus says, I think you're saying you want to get up there on the stand and say something. And Copeland did not respond. Then Bumpus says, did we find out if he could talk to his family? No. And then there's a pause. Hilton says, I mean, if it's okay, we got the sister's number. And Copeland says, as my attorney, you gotta. And then Hilton said, if y'all want to talk, let me go somewhere where I can't hear you. The judge is over there, so just speak low so he doesn't hear you. Then the judge said, hold on. Judge Glanville handed a document to Attorney Kayla Bumpers and then exited the chamber with Assistant District Attorney Simone Hilton, Investigator Long, Investigator Hampton, and Court Reporter Christina Weaver from 10:53 to 11:28. The judge says, okay, all right, Mr. Copeland, have you had the opportunity to talk to Ms. Bumpus, your attorney, and Ms. Hilton, and the state counsel? Have you got any other question? Copeland said, no, Your Honor. And the judge says, is it your desire to give a testimony today? Copeland said, yes, sir. And then the Judge says, okay, all right then. Do all have do you all have some clothes for him? And Hilton said, I don't. Let me go look. Take a look. What size are you? Copeland said, I can't hear you. He said, I can't hear you. And Hilton said, what size are you? Copeland said, little. Investigator Sam Hamilton said, we have a large jacket for him on Friday, large. And Hilton says, you have a jacket for him? Investigator Hamilton said, yes. Hilton said, oh, but he can't wear a large. And the court said, what is your waist size? 34? And Copeland says 32. And the judge says, chest, what are you? 34, 36 chest? And Hilton says, probably 36. Copeland said, not in the chest. What do you mean? Judge says, size. And then Hilton said, what size are you, small or medium? Copeland says, small or medium. And judge says, they are going to try to get you some clothing so you don't have to testify wearing jail uniform, okay? Copeland said, y'all don't want to show the people how y'all did me. And judge said, look, and Hilton said, if we can't find clothes, then you may have to until tomorrow. And Copeland says, I prefer to go in like this. And Hilton says, I understand what your preference is. And Copeland said, nah, don't hide it. And Copeland says, you can make him, can you make him put on clothes? Hilton said, no. Copeland said, I want to be in there like this. And Hilton said, fine with me. And the court said, all right, okay. And Copeland said, you ain't going to try to lock me back up for this. And Hilton says, as long as you testify, we can get an order to get you released. And Bumper says, today. And the judge said, those copy is this. Then Hilton said, you got to make sure you come back now. I want to be real clear. Then Copeland says, when have I ever ran? And Hilton says, you have not. That's the only thing, you have not. And then the judge says, whose copy is this? And then Hilton said, that's ours. Do you want a copy? You can take it though. And Bumpy says, okay. Hilton says, do you still have yours or you threw it away? Bumpy says, I'm going to give him both of these things so he can have some information. Hilton says, okay. Court reporter, so are we off the record now? And court said, we're done. Bumper says, yes, I believe so. And the judge said, okay, we're good. Everybody downstairs in about 10 minutes. This proceeding concludes at 11:31. And that's it, y'all. That's it. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? I didn't see any death threats. You're going to stream. Thank you, Latanya, for this Cash App. Thank you, Latanya. Hmm. I put the link in if you wanted to come up. Oh, I didn't know it's that many of y'all up in here. I didn't know it's 1,300 of you guys in here. I'm thinking it was my little bitty people. Okay. Hey, Mr. Hey,
How you doing, Sylvia?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I just feel that after reading that transcript and everything, and I just want to, first of all, I want to thank you for doing such a great job that you always do from covering it and bringing us everything like you always do, and you work so hard at doing it. But from looking at that, there seems like, if he would have had Melnick in there, I think Melnick probably would, they wouldn't have asked him because Melnick always already had a little friction with them already, so they wouldn't have been as comfortable asking those questions with just a little better lawyer. Because he was looking for his lawyer, like, hey, this is what I want to do, so everybody feel that when they lawyer is their voice box. Once he say no, your lawyer supposed to take over. You supposed to talk to your attorney and say now it goes the questions go to the attorney. But she like letting him ask some questions like she so what if she's helping him convince them, and she shouldn't have been helping him convince them. She should have been the one to convince him, because at the end of the day, she's saying, what if? It's like, ain't no what if. He said no. If I say no, my lawyer don't go back and ask him, but what if? He didn't even speak to me. Tell him to step out and ask me, what if? Talk to me. You don't act at another a state, what if, in front of your client. You say, excuse me, let me talk to my client. And you tell them, ask them what if. You tell them to ask all the what if questions. She was asking what if questions, like piggybacking off of him, like letting him run the show. I see why he said, you fired, because he's like, I represented myself in there. I didn't get nothing out of it. By what my wishes was to go in there and plead the fifth and get this off. You couldn't do this. You failed because you helped me. And I just feel that if he had a little bit of better counseling, some of them questions,
Reach your phone, Crystal. Okay.
the district attorney wouldn't have been as comfortable asking Melnick those questions, because but once again, if you go back to the interview, Miss Love said, Your Honor, could you still please let Mr. Melnick tell his attorney, tell his client that he will be held to the end of this trial? But when they got in the meeting, they said the end of
Mute your phone, Crystal. Your thing is echoing.
in
Go
in
ahead.
this in this meeting, they said 12. But if you go back on record, she said, Mr. Melnick, could you tell him to tell his client he will be held to the end of this trial on record. But when he get in the meeting, ex parte meeting, it's 12 people now. So that has changed. And his lawyer didn't say, but you said on record that my client will be held to the end of this trial on record. And you told Mr. Melnick to tell his client that. So I just want to piggyback off what you told Mr. Melnick to tell his client on the record. But in the ex parte meeting, and she let Woody just control the meeting because Woody was asking questions. It's like, but he still didn't want to do it. But at the end of the day, he was boxed in because he didn't have a good attorney that was going to take over and said, this is what my client wanted.
Can you hear me?
So I
Yeah,
just
keep
believe
talking.
if he had a little bit more better counseling, or if Mr. Melnick was there, they wouldn't have been asking those questions as comfortable. But I believe Woody, he led the whole interview. But what if? Well, what if she did not once take over to interview. It's no knock to her. It's no knock to how long she's been practicing. She may be a great attorney. I have no knock. She's a great accident lawyer. Maybe every lawyer got something that they best at, and maybe criminal or defending somebody for contempt. Maybe that's not her expertise to where she did something that may. I'm not going to. It's no knock to her. But if she would have just had just a little bit more aggressiveness, like Melnick or a Steele in there, a Steele would have said no. My helping him. Yeah, she should have. She helping him. He's asking her. She's asking them. She's asking them what ifs in front of her client with him. I just didn't believe that. You don't do that. You say, let me speak to my client. When they come back in that room, that lawyer asks you all the questions. You just ask them. Ask them, what if this? What if that? And you his voice box, but she like, what if this? So you saying this. And then she let them take over, and Woody see them defeating his lawyer. It's like, he's like, okay, like, now
Okay.
he's like, now,
for smile, we gotta get to the next people now. I'm not playing here all night.
but I just want to end it with this. But it's like he knew what he couldn't get, so he just put in his demands. He was going to do it, so he just added his demands because he was defeated.
Okay, thank you. AJ. AJ.
What's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes. What's your opinion about this?
My opinion is they bullied what we all think. They bullied and coerced Woody into testifying. First of all, we all have the God given right of pleading the fifth. They took that away from him by rushing immunity on him. Unbeknownst to him. They rushed it on him to get him to testify. Euro was wrong, and the state was wrong. And if you notice, Love was leading the ex parte until they went and got Woody, and she fell back and she got off the record again and let Hilton drive. And I respectfully disagree with whoever old boy from Mr. Fofo and Kayla on his opinion on Kayla, because first of all, she was thrust into the position, and you got to understand, as a lawyer client, you got your best interest in heart, but you ultimately have to go with what your client wants. So she was just simply asking him, "What's up, Woody? What you got going? Like, what we gonna do? What y'all gonna do?" And Woody was asking all the right questions. He was on point. He was asking all the pertinent questions, and they was trying to play the word game and trick him, and they got him in the trick bag. And so they did all this just to get those tapes in, which didn't help them anyway. So my opinion is everybody is wrong. Euro, Simone, Adrian, everybody on that side is wrong, and they should be, reprimanded for it, man. And we see what happened now. Euro had time to sit back over the weekend, probably look at all us opinions on him, and he got some act right. And still doubled down and filed another motion to get Jeff off. So that's my opinion. I hope, you know what I'm saying? I think we all see it the same way.
Okay, thank you. Pastor, tonight we're not going to be long-winded, okay? Go ahead.
Well, I'm with my man, AJ. What goes on in the light comes out in the dark. I think the judge, not Glanville, the other judge, Miss Sylvia, that you, Jeff's nephew, I think he put the fire under all this. I think he lit the match, okay? When he made his statement, this case has been going on. When the news and the people started seeing, or the politicians started seeing, like, this is what's really going on, and this man is throwing away this. And then I seen Hilton. I had to go back and look at it again. I saw Hilton in there. I didn't know Hilton was in there. What y'all, Miss Sylvia? So I think that he is the one who put the fire under this, even though the motions and stuff was filed. I believe that Judge Glanville was literally going to try to redact some stuff, because remember, he was talking about doing a lot of redacting.
Oh, let me go ahead.
Yeah, he was talking about doing a whole lot of redacting. He wasn't going to give the audio, or whatever the situation may be. And I think that fire, because he's been spinning around the what you call him, that put more fuel to it. And I'm just hoping that they all get what's coming to them. Okay, hope they all get what's coming to them. We seen Love sit back. That lets me know I kind of felt something else was going on. He was letting Hilton take her beatings. Okay.
Are you saying when in court how she just got off the record?
Yep.
I noticed that too, bro. And that's been ever since the ex parte. She
Yep.
got off the record.
Yep. She got off the record because she did not want to be labeled as this crumbles, because this is going to continue to keep crumbling. Okay. And I do believe that Jeff and them is about to get bail. I do believe that another judge is going to overrecite. I got it in my heart, and I'm gonna pray for it like everyone else. Okay. Try these men the way that they're supposed to be tried. I'm happy that it came out, Miss Sylvia. I'm happy that you have been on the case and given it to us and uncut. Okay. Because this is what we wanted. All right. And even though it's slowing down, you feel me? We still locked in with Sylvia. Okay. Each and every last day.
I just wanted to jump in real quick. Sylvia, it's Shago. You saw me.
Hey,
Okay, I know I told y'all I've been a paralegal for 13 years. I was a judge assistant for 3 years. So, if any person ever reached out, any attorney ever reached out to a judge assistant and asked for discuss anything regarding the case that wasn't procedural related, I'm not talking to you. We're not talking to you if all parties are not involved. Everybody's looking at the transcripts, but at the end of the day, that meeting should not have happened, period, without the defense knowing. And Bumpus, hey, I'm not knocking her, but as an attorney, she should have cut it short. It should have been cut short. I'm not comfortable with this. Defense is not here. Let's end this. And JA, whoever his JA is, I wouldn't even have passed that message along. If you'd have sent me an email with an ex parte conversation, I'm ending the conversation.
The
Period.
boy in fear of his life.
He was not in fear. He never said he was in fear for his life. He
That
never
boy is in
said that.
fear of his life. They
He
had to
never
have that
said.
meeting off camera for that
They
boy to
never said
testify.
Woody never said he was in fear for
He
his
ain't
life.
gonna say it. He's not gonna say it in front of
So
defense.
you can't assume that
That
he was
boy
in
is
fear for his
afraid
life.
for his life to
Hey,
testify.
we're not here for the arguing, please. We're
You
not
can't
doing
make
that.
that assumption. He
Yeah.
never said it. He was worried about himself. He never made no assumption that he was in fear for his life at all.
They showing witness intimidation all through this trial. Everybody that got on stand was lying. Everybody. Not one person got up there and was ready to tell to this young thug. Everybody's lying on the stand, but in a room without them boys, they telling the truth. He don't want to testify in front of them boys what happened.
What
So they
truth is
had
he
to have
telling?
him off camera with his lawyer, which is Bumpus, because she a replacement lawyer, because Melanie bounced out real fast after he pulled a fast one. And they had a meeting with that boy to see what's going on.
And he never said
And
he was
that's
afraid
all.
for
They
his
don't
life.
want they don't have to have the
Sir,
defense in there to intimidate him.
Deuce,
The
calm
the
down.
okay, the defense is in there. They don't want the defense in there because that's even more intimidating. They need him to testify on that stand, and they're gonna get that testimony out of him before this all over.
It wasn't about the
Glanville ain't
testimony.
getting replaced. None of that's happening. I'm telling y'all.
What
It's Rico strong.
makes you think that?
It's a conspiracy, brother. It don't take much to
Okay, talk to us. That's what I'm asking.
it don't take much to prove a conspiracy,
I'm
man.
asking
Can we do one at a time, please?
Yes, please. There's so many people.
Can we do one at a time, please?
He needs to turn his thing down. He turn him down.
Can we do one at a time?
Y'all got that's your thing running, Crystal. You're making noise. Crystal, stop making noise.
Turn him off. He just want to hear himself talk at this point.
No, that's Crystal's background. She got the thing in the background talking. You got something in your background. See, you got it in your background, Crystal. You got to turn it off.
Yeah, you have to turn the volume down a little bit.
You got to turn it
So
off.
let me ask you a question.
Hold
Are
on,
you-
Pastor. You got other people that got to go first. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You
I
got
thought-
Crystal. Go ahead, Crystal. And then I have Renee that's in here. Go ahead, Crystal.
Yes,
You have something in the background.
can you
Turn it down.
how do I turn it down in the background, Miss Sylvia?
Something that's playing. You have to close out the YouTube.
Hi.
Close out your YouTube.
I don't have anything in the background.
You have something in the background playing. You have your YouTube in the background.
Try to come out and come back in. Maybe. I don't know.
No, you have to close the app. This one.
You can't mute her.
I'm gonna mute her. You got something playing. Okay, guys, when y'all come in, mute your phones and stuff before y'all start talking, okay? Okay, Renee, go ahead.
I disagree with the first comment. I think Kayla was pretty much called off. I think Kayla was in awe. Her coming from a prosecution side, and probably no, she's never done defense work, or not been a criminal defense like a Brian Steele. I think after listening to her responses and how she repeated back, well, you're saying this and you're saying that, I think in her mind she was saying that something is not right about this. I think that she kind of played along to get to the end of the ex parte meeting, but at the end of it, I think she was like, okay, this is mess that unfortunately she got brought into. I'm sure had she known this would have come, then she would have told him, no, you got to get somebody else. But I think what I wanted to ask, you were in the courtroom when this was coming out, what was the atmosphere? What did the personality from each side could you read anything, emotions as this was being read in court today?
I did speak about it in my last live. It was a lot of like you could tell there was a change in the judge. You could tell somebody must have talked to him. There was a difference. There was a very big difference, and it was kind of I felt there was some sort of defeat on the state side too, because you saw Simone was trying to plead her case in regards to the jurors, and it was really different. It was different.
I get what she's saying, but y'all have to understand, lawyers, you go to school, you get your bachelor's, then you elevate, you take the LSAT, you go to school, you take the bar exam. At the end of the day, there's no off guard in law. If you knew, if when you came in there and you was like, well, dang, still them not here, they not here, and then the conversation is going, hey, I'm not comfortable discussing this like this with my client. Period. She said she did criminal before, so this is not new to her because she said she represented him before in criminal.
No, they were talking about what was the feeling inside the courtroom today.
No, but before that, she was just saying she felt like she was caught off guard. There's
no
caught
okay,
off guard.
Got you.
Yeah, there's no caught off guard. There, you have to be on point because I'm uncomfortable. If I'm uncomfortable, my client is uncomfortable. He clearly showed he was uncomfortable. So it should have been nipped in the butt. It shouldn't have happened, period. But it should have been nipped. Hey, wait a minute. Let's end this. Let me talk to Melnick. Let me wait till like it shouldn't have never happened. Period. It should never happen.
Okay. Crystal wants to talk. But Crystal, go ahead. Did you turn off the other side?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, great. I can still hear somebody talking.
That's because you have it on your side over there. You have your YouTube up. You got to turn your YouTube off because right now you're on StreamYard.
I don't hear her background anymore
No,
though.
we don't hear her background. She hears it. She probably got it in her ear.
So you're saying tear my YouTube down?
Turn it down. You know, turn it off. Okay, take it
Oh,
off.
turn the YouTube off.
Mm-hmm.
Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So what I get from this is basically one, this ex parte meeting should have never happened. Woody pled the fifth on Friday. Miss Bumpus came in. She should have been updated by the state if that should be. Then Miss Bumpus talks to Woody and find out what he intends to do. And then they relate he's going to testify or he's going to still play the fifth. All the back and forth is definitely cohesion. All the back and forth. Is no if and buts about it. And okay, if you want to say that he was afraid to testify, he was in a game where, if you do something wrong, snitches get stitches. He know that about his life. The interesting part about that is Glanville said that he would be collateral. We pray that that don't happen though. This is cohesion the whole time. This whole conversation should have never even happened. I didn't see Woody. I mean, I don't know.
What I want to ask you, Crystal, okay, when a person did not ask for immunity, how is it you could just force it on them?
So what they did, they railroaded him into that because he was exactly correct when he said, I don't have to testify. Or if I do testify, I will say, I will just plead the fifth if it's anything involving me. Mm-hmm. He could have very well done that. He could have said, I don't recall to any of it. But that's not what the state wanted. They needed him to testify. So they railroaded him and they backdoored him with the immunity that he didn't even sign.
You agree with the immunity. I thought anytime you're taking an immunity, you have to agree with it. So if you're not in agreement, how do they force it on you?
They forced it on him.
He didn't understand it. He didn't understand what he was signing. He still didn't know what perjury was.
He didn't sign it. He
didn't sign the immunity. When he came to court on Friday, they had the immunity already ready. It went in on Thursday night. He showed up on Friday. They forced the immunity on him. If you listen to the look at the transcript, they kept saying, well, I know you didn't ask for it, but we gave you immunity.
But remember when I told y'all he had that piece of paper and I saw him sign it? That was after he went to jail and all this stuff already. He signed it then. That was a few days later.
Remember, the ex parte happened after they did that. And he still didn't understand the difference between perjury and purge yourself. He didn't understand it.
But he signed it on that Monday after he testified. That's when he signed it. Friday, he had not signed it. Monday, he went to jail.
But there's no notes. There's no recordings of it. They don't have no record.
But remember, I saw him sign it. Remember I told y'all on my live? I said he had a piece of paper. There's 4 pieces of paper he had in his hand. Hilton gave it to him, and the girl took it. After he signed it, the girl took it. McKnight, she took it, and then that's when I told you guys that he had it. I said he had it in his left pocket or something like that. I saw him sign it then. He had not signed it before.
But Sylvia, from our understanding, if they even had an inkling that he would plead the fifth, he wasn't even supposed to be up there in the beginning.
Yeah, but he did. They did tell him. Remember, his attorney went up there and said he was going to plead the fifth.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They knew. So the fact that they knew what he was going to say, they wasn't supposed to put him up there to even begin with.
And even at the transcript said, he kept telling them. He said, "I told you on Wednesday. Right. I told you on Thursday. I told you every day."
And also, this not about his testimony, y'all. This ain't got nothing to do with what he gonna say currently. All they wanted him to get up there was solely based so they can play them tapes. That's the only reason they wanted him up there. Nothing he would say now. They just wanted him to get them in there to impeach him so they can get those tapes in that didn't help, in my opinion.
That's true. And then here's the cohesion part. When he said, okay, well, I'll just stay in jail until after the trial. And then they said, somebody said, after these 6 people on trial. And then somebody, I forget who, but he was told, oh no, the
It's
12
12.
people.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the cohesion part right there. Also, they
Correct.
knew he was going to plead the fifth, just like Bot said. They knew that because they had Sylvia and Chidi to not film him when they arrest him.
Yeah.
They knew all of this. They need Woody's testimony to drive this home. The problem with Woody's testimony is, even in the ex parte meeting, Woody said in the ex parte meeting that I was just saying whatever I was going to say just to finesse my way out of it. I was lying then.
Yep.
And I told you that. And Hilton goes back and says, no, you said you are a liar. Well, a liar, a lie is the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, Marlisa.
Ooh, Marley Mack. Hey, I couldn't change my name. Okay, so to me, like, oh boy was like yelling and all that kind of stuff, whatever earlier. But at the end of the day, this ain't no like who done it or nothing like that. At the end of the day, all this entire situation is just unjust.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can say this and we can say that and blah 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 blah. At the end of the day, you know what? Somebody probably did kill somebody. Somebody probably did rob somebody. Somebody probably shot somebody. But the way that the state is going about it is wrong. Like, if you're gonna send me to jail, do your job. Send me to jail. But at the end of the day, like this, sorry, Miss Sylvia, this ish is lame, it's whack, it's showing how messed up the system is, it's showing how corrupt everything is, and how, in all reality, us regular folks who don't have no money going to jail.
Amen.
Yeah.
Especially in Fulton County.
That's all I had to say.
You're right,
Right.
Molly.
I agree with that.
That's what it, and it makes you wonder how many times they've done this.
A million
It's not
times.
the first
They
time.
real comfortable.
That's why they've been losing all of their cases in Fulton County. That's why they want something so big. They want this like it's like a heart attack.
It's a trouble.
Yeah, I don't see them losing this Rico, man.
This case is a political case. Everybody wanted this to be seen just so they can go ahead and be up for re-election and show them and prove them like, see, this is, I'm doing something. And they went about this wrong because if the whole time we're talking about Nuts murder. Well, if they wanted to try somebody about Nuts murder, they should have been brought them charges up long time ago.
Like
I want to hear Deuce for a second. I want to hear Deuce because he's very passionate about where he stands and things like that. So, Deuce, can you please, because you said you feel it's a strong Rico. Can you please explain to me where you see the strength in the Rico in this?
Don't yell.
Well, first I'll see the conspiracy all day, right? They connecting Young Thug to each and every last one of those gang members. Woody got up there and said he was a fan. Now they bringing in jail calls and everything, connecting Thug to him. So they got the connection to these boys. That's the conspiracy right there. They got it that this is they already established that it's a street gang. One. Now they connecting each witness to Young Thug. Two. And they proven that out of these 100 days, they've shown those two. And that's all you need for
proven is
and
the relationship.
listen, and need for a conspiracy.
But that's not
conspiracies is nasty work. They real easy.
You're using the wrong word.
So now what they do, they got Young Thug, they got Woody, who don't want to testify on national TV in public. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a dangerous situation for him. And it is.
Woody has been free for 10 years, sir.
Man, listen, man.
Where is
and
the
Woody
money?
is out there
Where
on
is
his youth.
Man, listen.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Where is the money? Further look at where is the money? Where is the drugs? Where is the money and the drugs? Furtherance of a gang. Where is the money? Where is the
you don't have to have money.
Wait a minute, I'm talking.
Listen,
Where
any
is the
crime is a furtherance of the gang. Any crime.
Where's the
Any
hierarchy?
felony is a furtherance of the gang. Everybody in that case got felonies.
Where's
But
the
you gotta-
hierarchy?
but you
Where's
gotta-
the rule?
But if somebody's doing it
That's
for
not
their
true. Jeff is
own
felon free.
personal gain, like okay, say person. Remember when the tick got on there and they were talking about how he was doing certain things to feed his family. Remember he said that that did not have any association with the gang. He might have been in the gang, but what he was still doing with the money was taking care of his family. So that you cannot say that it was furtherance or that's a conspiracy because he was out there selling drugs or whatever he was doing to feed his family.
And he was
That's
doing
what he
it
said
for
on the stand.
no, but
So
see,
we
you're
don't know. We
using the
don't know
wrong.
what he says on the stand.
They
Can I
don't
say something
listen.
for a moment?
Go
You're
ahead.
using the wrong word. It's not a conspiracy. And the RICO is to further the game. It has to be money involved. That's what a RICO is. You can be in a gang. It
You
has
know what
nothing
you
to
know
do
you
with
know what
it.
the C stand for, Enrico?
Excuse me?
You know what the C stand for, Enrico?
And corruption.
But I'm telling you, you can be in a gang. It's no crime to be in a gang, but you're not supposed to do gang activity like all this different stuff. As far as a RICO is concerned, it has to be something that furthers the game, like money, financial, or things like that. That's what that is. And that's what they're trying to pull him on. And they only went after him because he, Thug, is because he has the money. That's it. If he had no money, all of this would be a gang activity. And I know about gangs. I'm from Los Angeles, and I was raised in a gang neighborhood where they started the gang.
Okay, so what's Young Thug's?
Listen,
So what's Young Thug's count? He got a gang activity count, correct?
Hold on.
No, he has no counts. That's what they're trying
What
to
do you
say.
mean he don't have any counts?
They're
He
trying
got
to
count
say
one.
he hasn't been convicted. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, he's
everyone that testified said that everything that they did was to feed their family. That was something they did on their own.
On their own. Every single person.
Every single last one of them. They said that when he got his record deal.
One at a time.
Oh no, we just agreeing. We just preaching amen, right?
Yeah, they got their.
Can I let Mike in, please?
Yes.
Because he hasn't said anything. Let him in.
No, it's okay. Salute to everybody. Yeah, I'm a former law enforcement, so I know a lot about RICOs and all this other kind of stuff, you know. And
is this not Mike that likes to lie?
Yeah, huh?
Go ahead. I'm just joking, Mike.
No, not at all, not at all.
Because Mike said it's constitutional to lie, right? Is this the Mike that I know? Oh, it's another Mike.
Yeah, I know. We know each other. But you know, the thing with
and
the
my
RICO,
dad was law enforcement.
Yeah, with and with the RICO case, it's very complicated, you know, and there's different layers. It's one thing if you get arrested and you go in front of the judge and you know, that's it. You know, the judge gives you whatever, you know, but a RICO case it's like a wafer. Remember the wafer you used to eat, like, you know, it has different layers to it, like a cake. And it takes a long time to cultivate the case. It does. But when they get you, they get you. I mean, they get you good. You can't get out of it. And that's what a RICO is. And a RICO pulls in everybody that was involved. And a RICO and the investigators make everyone turn on each other. That's why they're fighting with each other, because they're trying to get as most information as possible. A RICO is a crazy thing. It really is. And people start turning. They start looking at 10, 20 years. They start turning on each other. They start flipping out.
And that's what's happening.
That's it. That's it, brother. That's what's going on. They're all running for the hills. As remember back in the day, running for the hills. You know,
and that's exactly what's happening right in front of us.
Who's running for the hills? What are y'all watching?
Running from the hills is an analogy, as in people are trying to save themselves from prosecution. Running for the hills, they're trying to run away from the verdict. And that's
true, because you got those other ones. They didn't take plea deals.
That's what I'm saying, Sylvia.
Well, you got to remember. You got to remember one thing. Yo, there's soldiers and there's cowards. Okay, being Italian, being Sicilian, we don't snitch. We take the time. That's just what we do. But there are people that don't do that. There are other people that, you know, will, oh, well, I saw this and I know this and he did this and she did this, and they'll run away from their sentencing. So, you know, it depends on, you know, your makeup. You know, what someone has in their heart. What if you have a hard heart or if you have a weak heart? As in telling on other people. I know stuff that I would never tell on people. I would never do it. But it depends on your makeup. What you have inside of you.
Okay.
That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What we're talking about is subjective. So let's talk about the facts. The facts of this YSL case and all these co-defendants. Nobody has helped the state further their case against any other defendant.
They got the statements, brother.
What you keep saying that, but I'm asking you, what statements has helped them?
Yeah.
We just sat through
Brother,
listening
listen,
to all these tapes of Woody.
bro, they
talking
got
to these
people
investigators.
getting identified and everything,
We
brother.
just
With it,
we
brother,
just
they,
listen.
Why do you want to argue so hard? Calm down.
So if you were on a jury the way it is now with everybody else, you would probably be the one to say, "Oh yeah, I think he's guilty." But if
because
you
I'm
really
going
look,
with the statements.
okay, listen. But just because somebody said, it's more than just going with the statement. You can't convict somebody just because somebody said a statement. Woody's been saying all kinds of statements, and so has DK. So has
And they've
Pitt.
been
Every
lining up.
last one of them. They've been lying to self-serve themselves to get out of jail.
But it's
It's
been
a
lining up.
self-serving
They're
thing.
not about to let
So
you out of jail if it don't line up.
typically a person will lie and say anything if it's going to help them get out of jail.
There you go.
They don't let you out of jail if you lie. It's
It
got to
doesn't
line
mean that
up.
they're telling the
Sir.
truth.
Nothing
Sir.
is lined up because that's why the whole RICO is in place, because nothing that was done prior to this RICO was ever, they didn't, there's no convictions. Like, what are you talking about?
That's what I'm trying to tell him. He
When
keep
you
talking about
become a snitch,
One at a time, please.
Yo, I've been in court and people be lying their tails off.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you, it doesn't even make any sense. And then the judge is like, okay, dismissed with the little gavel. The justice system is the most corrupt thing in the world. It's the most corrupt thing in the world. Good men and women go to prison. Bad men and women get off scot-free. It depends on how much money you got. If you got that good lawyer, it's crazy.
Yeah, and then also let's not talk about when they get in the room and then they start feeding the information and then they start picking up on the stuff and then so they say, "Oh, well, that's what they want. I'm out. I'm about to tell them something."
And Woody said that on the stand. He said, I'm going to spend them every chance I get. I'm going to give you, that's what you want? I'm going to give you whatever you want.
Thank you.
I can get out of here.
And I think DK did the same thing.
Nobody was arrested.
they all did the same thing. Every
But it
last
doesn't
one
mean
of
it's
them.
the truth.
Okay, I'm gonna stop putting y'all all down and then one at a time come up because it's hard for the people to hear you guys if y'all keep talking at the same time.
Sorry, Sylvia.
Lord have mercy. Okay, AJ, you first.
No, I was just saying, if anything he had been saying prior to now, nobody has been arrested for nothing he said. So there's no merit to anything he said. The only thing Woody told the truth about is that he's a liar. Period.
Thank you. Miss Invisible.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
First and foremost, thank you, Sylvia, for all you do. I want to say something, and I'm not sure if everybody just really thought about it, but I think that this RICO is bigger than what it looks. When they start talking about Birdman and The Game and all these other rappers, I think it's a bigger thing that this is just like the stepping stool to what's next. That's one of my points. The second one is the furtherance of the game. Don't you know they got little college kids, YSL, and I mean, that I'm pretty sure Thug ain't never met half of them. I mean, I'm right here in South Carolina. It's YSL here. And I know they ain't met no Young Thug. They still in the treehouse. But, I just feel like that it's bigger than what it looked like. And sometimes you got to step back and just think, if this is to bring in money that they done gave out, which for Atlanta, they have spent a lot of money on this. So to bring the money back in, what you do? Sometimes you got to think, because they need the RICO, if you ask me. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Miss Invisible. Let me get Renee. Renee, you haven't said anything in a minute. Okay, Renee's probably gone. All right, let's see. Miss Patrice. Patrice? You gonna unmute?
Sylvia.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh,
Patrice?
Hello.
Hi, Patrice.
I did.
Sylvia.
Hello. There you go. It's I'm behind.
Yeah, you got to turn that off in the background because you're gonna talk behind. You got to turn
If
it off.
this was a very good RICO trial, why would they use Woody as their number one state witness? It's 12 on this one. It was 20 something other people. They picked Woody. I don't understand. This is not a good trial. Conspiracy, the guy was saying everything has been proven. It has been proven that individuals of the gang that is legal may have done things, and now they're trying to point it all as thug, thug, thug. But thug is the interest to a lot of other people that they could not get. And as far as you guys saying Kayla didn't do her job, she should have spoke up more. She was only there to stand in for his Fifth Amendment right, nothing else. When she sat there and she seen the mess, she sat and she did what she had to do when she left. The judge is in control of his chambers, so if she would have said something then, letting them know that she was going to report it, she probably would have been locked up.
I agree.
And that's all I wanted to say. But Woody, the state's number one witness, not a good RICO case.
Thank you. All right, Renee, you're back.
I just wanted to say that I don't feel as if the state has put together a case to prove beyond a reasonable doubt a RICO conspiracy. I agree with Miss Patrice with what she just said. Individually, people were committing crimes, but not necessarily in furtherance of the entire YSL. They were doing it for their best interest or worst interest. Also, Matt Sharp made a very, very good point. As he was saying, as far as the strategy for the state has all these witnesses, but ends up having to impeach all of their witnesses. I think that's, I mean, an idiot could see that these people haven't put a case together. There's no way I should be calling my star witnesses and then turning around and impeaching them. We impeach people because of prior inconsistent statements. They're lying. 2 reasons. That's the only 2 reasons you impeach people. You're lying or you said something once before that didn't make sense. When you begin reading the transcript tonight, Woody said that he was saying that he had told lies on these people. So why are you bringing in those statements? You're bringing in lies and getting more lies. So what are we impeaching here? And I agree with Matt Sharp. How are you saying you're impeaching a prior inconsistent statement when none of the statements have any consistency? So I think the state has failed to meet their burden of proof. This is not a civil trial. This is a criminal trial. So their proof is beyond a reasonable doubt, not a preponderance of evidence. Well, maybe or maybe not, or They haven't done that. So I think that And I hope that this case ends in a not guilty. I hope it goes to the end because taxpayers, the public, we shouldn't have to go through this again. And I know you had introduced us to possibly the new judge that's going to be hearing the recusal. Even with that, somebody has some justice, some judge in that courthouse down there has to restore public faith. The world has seen why people, especially brown people, have said that the justice system doesn't work. It's an unfair justice system. It's one-sided. We have seen that. Ms. Sylvia, you have brought that to the light. So now somebody in that courthouse has to make good and get it back. The recent probate judge that was removed by the Supreme Court, they said public confidence. The public has to have confidence in the people that are on the bench in order to have confidence in justice, in the system. And when you don't have that, people lose faith. And the law means nothing. My degree, my law degree, it means nothing. And it means something to me. And that's all I had to say.
Impress. Thank you so much. Impress.
Hi, everyone. Okay.
Hey.
So I have just a few things to say. So I've been watching this case since I want to say about the beginning of the year, but I caught it from last year. Where we are now and what we understand about law, it's not about what you've done, it's about what you can prove. And based upon what the state has presented to us, they have not proven anything. And we know that the jury can only see so much, right? So we've seen the behind the scenes and they tell the jury not to watch, yada, yada, yada. So we know all the BS that's going on behind the scenes, right? But every single witness that was not a cop has gotten on the stand and impeached themselves, right? So at this point, you have to have street smarts and book smarts because you have to understand that nobody in their right mind is going to get on the stand that has done wrong and tell the truth and whatever else. So these crimes that we've gotten to so far has happened in 2013, 2015. It is 2024. And at this point, where we are in the case, what matters now is the fact that the ex parte meeting happened. No matter who told, no matter who didn't tell, whatever. Right. And so everyone is telling Kayla, saying Kayla could have done more, she could have done more. But if people can comprehend, and Miss Sylvia read the transcripts and the people read them for themselves, when she got there, her number one job was to get him to sign a piece of paper that said that if he did go on the stand, then Melnick would no longer be his lawyer. That was her only job. So everyone's trying to hold her accountable and say, oh, well, she could have done more. No, because in the beginning of the transcript, it said, hey, I wasn't ready for this. This is not what I'm here for. And the judge said, that does not matter. You're here now, and you've included yourself when Melnick included you, right? So after reading through those 56 pages, it's obvious that Woody was pressured. It's obvious that his rights were taken. No matter what he did, he could have killed 20 people. Your rights are your rights as an American citizen. And that is the bottom line, is these boys' rights have been violated by the way that the state and the judge have proceeded to put this case on. We all have seen that this case has a bunch of different loops and hoops and this, that, and the third, right? At the end of the day, the law is the law. The judge has not obeyed by the law. The state has not done things by the law. We all know that everything is dirty. We know that the state, the government, they do stuff the way they do it. But at the end of the day, they've held Thug there for what, almost 2 years now? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but almost 2 years now with nothing solid. There's no solid evidence. The way they should have presented this case as a RICO came with the facts of what those previous cases were. But guess what? Some of those cases were tossed out. Some of those cases were just dismissed. And some of those cases people already done time for. But that's not how they presented the cases. They chose to delve into it as though they were trying each case all over again. And that's how I feel that they lost us, the audience. And they lost the jury because they wanted to be so big. Excuse me, I'm black, so big, black, and strong. And then we got this case, and we got this. We see what happened in Fanny's previous case. We see what's happening right now with this case. This is political, and I've said this in the chat room many times. It's been political since the beginning, and we know how the judicial system works. Woody is a liar. He said he's a liar. Everybody knows he's a liar. And the fact that they built their case off of his 9-hour testimony is where they went wrong in the first place. And then they tried to loop everything else together. And as Woody said in that transcript, and as he said on the stand, y'all have done this to me so many times. Every time I go to jail, y'all tried to coerce me into doing stuff. They thought that they could do the same thing this time, but this time he held strong. And at the end of the day, the law is a law, and these boys should deserve bond. Oh, and speaking of the judge that is supposed to be over the recusal case, if anyone has already done their research, I have. She herself has gotten taken off quite a few cases in the most recent history. She is also a corrupt judge, so they're having a corrupt judge preside over a corrupt judge. At the end of the day, Fulton County needs a redo, and that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Empress. Money, hey.
Hey, Miss Sylvia, how you doing?
I'm good, Money. How are you?
All right, hi room, how y'all doing, everybody? Hey, I'm up here in Dauphin County, Pennsylvania,
What's happening?
and I just want y'all to know, Fulton County is in every black majority town, city. When you got it, it's like that everywhere. You know what I'm saying? The county jails is just the same too. Um, but as we spectate and watch this, this isn't a show though. This is young men fighting for their lives, man. And this is the norm of what it is for most black men, period. Like I would say from the time that we in middle school, about 13, 14, this is what it is. We see mama struggling. We coming from a struggle, and men jump into these streets to provide, not to just be cool and to be uh mischievous and stuff like that. It's to provide, and we take that risk for our families. Um, I had called a charge in Arkansas. I'm gonna get to this case, but I'm just trying to explain to y'all what it's like in every city, every town. I was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and the public defenders, the jail, the courthouse, everything was in the same building. And they told me and my co-defendant if we had $25,000, we can go home right now. So just because you on the side of the law doesn't mean that them people aren't breaking the law as well. They're breaking it too. They're just on the side of it. And so they're not being held to the same accountability that the average citizen is. I also want to say that you get these black people that get into these positions and they want to compete with the norm of what we all been suffering, how white people attack us and lock us up for next to nothing. And so they think they can go ahead and fit in and do what white people been doing all these years, and then they find out that it's a ceiling to their success. Especially once you take and become the majority in the situation what's going on in Atlanta. A lot of them people want their spots back. Them hired judges, those business owners and stuff like that.
I'm
But
sorry to cut in, but you're correct. Sorry, y'all, but he is correct 10,000% about how that is being run right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Ma'am, don't cut in. I'm gonna get you. Go ahead. Because you're gonna make him lose his thought. Go ahead, Money.
no, I ain't gonna lose my thought because this is a real serious topic though. And so they get into these positions and they think they can do outdo the racist judge or governor, mayor that was there before them. And so they try to uphold those same policies. They think they can steal the way the previous mayors and judges did, but they don't understand they black. It's a ceiling. It's only so far you can get, and that hammer's gonna come down because you really don't understand the white system. You just trying to maneuver in it as if it's yours and it's not. But them young men, man, I like Woody. I come from that. and Woody is spending Woody is spending everybody, whether it's the person that's sitting beside him getting money, or whether it's the cop trying to lock him up. Um, Woody gonna say anything, and to be honest with you, Woody put in work. Like, man, to hear that story about them trying to shoot him with his baby in his hand, that was like some James Bond stuff, man. Like, ain't nobody running up on Woody, ain't nobody bothering Woody. Them boys is gonna leave him alone because they know he gonna do what he do. But as far as that conspiracy stuff, man, it ain't hard to get a conspiracy, man. It's they can get you on a conspiracy any way possible, man. That's a easy one. Just if you look at Larry Hoover situation up there in Chicago, that's a conspiracy case. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then only after so many things like recording the phone calls and stuff did they get certain information. But that's really just the conspiracy stuff is easy, man. And I don't know if any of y'all did jury duty. I'd have being in that courtroom, whether you're in the handcuffs or just sitting there on the jury duty, it's kind of intimidating, man. So people tend to like just go guilty because they might feel like they're gonna get you know bothered by the law if they do let a person off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's not them dudes is doing what everyday black guys is doing, man. It's a crew of 5, 6, 10 guys, all of them trying to get money all different ways. You can be in the circle, man. Your best friend ain't trying to introduce you to the plug. If he got the plug, he'd rather you come get it from him. But it's crazy out here in these streets, man. And because the young man, young thug got the money, they going after him, and it's sad to see that. But
It's
these court systems is like that everywhere. I just want y'all to know that they call Pennsylvania the Texas of the North. You know what I'm saying? Mason
people.
Dixon.
No,
Mason
you're right.
Dixon.
You're right. So you're from Louisiana? Are you from Louisiana?
No, I'm from Pennsylvania.
You're from PA. Okay, so I'm from New York. So I grew up in Queens. I grew up in Rockaway, Queens. And then I moved to Virginia, where I'm at now, and I became law enforcement,
Right.
because my family was law enforcement. So I came down to Virginia. Virginia's crazy because it's a commonwealth. It's totally different. A commonwealth, it's funky. Like they can charge you without a victim. It's the
Yeah.
craziest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen it but I was in court so many times. But you're right. The justice system is not right. It's about checks and balances, and it's about how many people can we put into the jail system to
It's
justify
big
the
business.
budget.
Big
Yeah,
business. That's big business. And if you live in a black neighborhood, you got to think about this, man. Ain't no protection. Ain't no self defense law. You know what I'm saying? Like it's survival of the fittest, and
that's
it's a
it.
win-win for the justice system because if you try to
So,
defend yourself, you still going to jail.
so I go to high school, right? I go to Rockaway High School, and I play football. I'm the only white dude. It's the funniest shit ever. It's like it's one dude going like smiling in the middle. But what I'm
Hey,
trying to
sir.
say is
Mike, stop cussing.
huh?
Stop cussing.
I'm not cursing.
You did curse.
I said funny as hell.
No,
Yeah.
you SHIT.
Yeah,
Okay.
you said
Oh,
SHIT.
my bad, my bad. I apologize. I apologize. But people looked out for me, and I was indebted to them. So I can't have any hate in my heart because people looked out for me. So how the heck can I hate somebody who basically saved my life multiple times? And that's
I,
the biggest thing. Go ahead.
I like to do this. I don't mean this. I don't mean no disrespect when I do this, but I like to do this. Can you name an abolitionist?
Okay,
White.
we're going on a wrong tangent now, y'all. Let's
Come
stay
on,
on.
Sylvia, you at the cookout, man.
Okay. Maricable has not talked, and then we have Alvarez who has not talked. So go ahead on.
I'll jump.
Uh,
Hi, everyone. Hi,
Hi.
Sylvia. I just want to thank you, like everyone else does, for driving in the rain, getting through the storm, whatever you have to do to get over there. We watch you and appreciate you. I just wanted to say that from my experience, I was unfortunately raped by a police officer. And actually, when they get you in a room and they start talking to you and they have a gun, it's like automatic coercion. It's automatic because there's a sense of intimidation in that room itself, and also, tough guys get scared too. You know, we watching Woody, and to think about it, if you really think about it, the violation of what was done by bringing him to the side like that, and just not, if that's the law. And we've been watching this, and I haven't researched it. I like to research, but I trust you guys know that they were not supposed to do that without the defense there. And I believe Steele said that it was coercion. And if that's true, and there was anybody around, of even of higher authority, and more than one person, you know, and having a gun in the room, it can be very, and not to mention, not just a gun, like you're being threatened with going to jail. We already know that he said he would do anything to stay out of there. So just knowing that about him and playing on that, and it's like the young lady said, if that's their star witness, and they knew that, that's not a good, that's not a good look. It's just not a good look. And so we've been seeing this, and although I'm not in Atlanta and I don't really know, actually what's on the ground going on, we watch you, and we trust that what they're saying is true, that that was coercion. And like I said, if anybody had any gun or of a higher authority like that, it's automatically overpowering someone. So I just really wanted to say that there's a very fine line, and that's probably one of the reasons why I believe you said that the feds didn't take the case, because there's so many loopholes, and you have to have a strong witness when you're dealing with the federal government. That's not a strong, a strong witness, and so although, if that's true, also that one of his friends died, whether it was his enemy or his friend died, then that could be another reason why they decided to revisit this, because that was probably the exact reason why, he, felt intimidated because of things like that happening in the town. And so I just wanted to say that we can pretty much rest assured that that was pretty much coercion if there was anybody like that in the room, or if there were any guns around. Thank you.
Alvarez.
Hey, how everybody doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing? Mike, mute
Good.
yourself. Mike, mute yourself. I'm gonna have to mute Mike. Hold on. Mute him. Okay, go ahead, Alvarez.
Yeah, I'm from Atlanta, and I've been in Atlanta all my life, and I know everybody in the case from Thug all the way to some of the witness that was on. Basically, it's I don't know a couple of some of the detectives, but I do know, because don't get me wrong, I've been in the system before, and I recently just got out. I want to say about 9 months ago. And what happened is, and I feel like this was going on with Woody, especially like when he was when he was held for the contempt incident, because you got to think about it. You know, coercion can be put and said in different ways, or seen in different ways. 'Cause like for instance, like for me, I didn't do the case that I just pleaded out to. I didn't do, but the only reason I played it out, because if anybody know about Fulton County Jail, Fulton County Jail is right now is like you in war right now. Like, since I've been there, y'all might be on the news and say, oh, it been 11 deaths. I can count 11 deaths in one day that has been at the Fulton County Jail. So, and that's the only reason I pleaded guilty because I have 3 kids that I wanted to come back home to, and I was scared. I was afraid of me not making it back because, like I said, like everybody in the jail had the police in coercion, like the police with everything, and basically your life is in danger in there because it's like the water ain't working. There's a lot of stuff not working. But to get back on topic with Young Thug, with Jeff, I call him Jeff, but y'all know him as Young Thug. But I can one thing I hear a lot of bad things about Thug, but no, I don't really hear too many people say the good thing that he do for his community. You know, because I'm one of the people that he tried to change, especially when he became big. You feel what I'm saying? When he became a rapper, he tried to change everybody around him, as in, yeah, y'all, let's stop this stupidity stuff and let's get this money. But it's our choice, as when he telling us that it's our choice to follow what he's saying or just say fucking it. I don't want to follow you. That's your money. That ain't my money. You feel what I'm saying? And I want him the person like, nah, nigga, that's your thing. That's your money. And I ain't never
Please,
depended on
can we
somebody.
please not use the N
Oh, I'm
word
sorry.
in the
I'm
question
sorry.
because
Oh,
YouTube has changed. They're very
I'm
strict
sorry.
now, so please
Oh,
don't do the
okay,
cussing.
gotcha. But so I was one of the people because I remember being on Metropolitan at one of the clubs that he co-owned. And he said back, he like, man, how about you just come on the road with us? I want you to be my part of the security team. Just like, man, leave that street stuff alone because this ain't what it is. You know what I'm saying? And but I chose that I didn't want to. I feel like everybody gonna be like, oh, this person was Young Thug. I'm already my name. I was trying to make a name. I was already had my own name, but I didn't want to be on the Thug, as in like listening to him. I'm my own man. You feel me? I don't listen to nobody. And I be hearing the prosecutor keep saying all this was in cahoots with furthering YSL. Ain't everything all them things that them people have brought up on this case so far ain't having nothing been furthers of YSL. So that's what in my understanding, that's why I think he coming home. We can't wait till he come home. You know what I'm saying? And the truth about why Nut, the how on who killed Nut. If you from Atlanta, we all know what actually happened. And the truth to be that don't have nothing to do with Thug. And you got to think about it. That's why the prosecutor. You got to think about it. Nut got killed in 2015. So if you y'all because don't forget our city is we we got cameras everywhere. We got these tag readers, we got these face recognitions on like every light pole, come especially down Northside Drive where the incident happened at, right there on Northside Drive. So the gray car that they were showing in the video, I guarantee you, if I know for a fact it's a tag reader right where that street, right where that Tesla code come out at, right there at that light. And you go left going towards Spelman, or you go right towards the it used to be the Georgia Dome because we wanted them to say the beans at the time. It would have got the tag, and it got, like I said, it got so much photos. But the people in Atlanta and you that's actually in the street know what really happened. You know what I'm saying? Because and the prosecutor know what happened too. It's just what people don't understand about this. Even the reason why Young Thug even got indicted anyway, because Fannis Willis is friends with Peanut mom.
I heard about that
And,
too.
and, and I'm telling y'all, she see the thing about it, don't get me wrong. Yeah, when it first happened, everybody was saying, oh yeah, Thug had something to do with it. Cause don't get me wrong, they was beefing. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't to the fact, cause like what people don't be understanding when we be Atlanta is small. So when you beef with somebody, and especially when you start talking about having gunplay as in being involved, it's easy for both sides can catch each other the side. So it's like, say for instance, like I'm from Edgewood. If we beefing with somebody in Mechanicsville, and say I come around and shoot somebody in Mechanicsville and they die, the only thing they gotta do is just come back to Edgewood and what you call them. So one thing I do know about Thug, he he might, because the internet make everything seem so like out of portion. Like, I understand they some of the rappers do it for clout. You know what I'm saying? Just to get the screens up and be relevant. But me personally, I know Thug, I know his sister, I know his mama, I know his dad, I know his stepdad, I know all of them. And I know one thing about Thug, he wanted the person about peace. He was trying to like how they were saying that him and Rich Homie Coin fell out. The real truth about that is they didn't even know that him Rich Homie Coin and Thug, they have squashed that beef. And the world is the only reason that beef was even going on is because Rich Homie Coin was a little drunk and he said something that offended Thug, and they talked about it. So a lot of this stuff that I see that the state trying to bring in, it really some BS, because now that's why they trying to force Woody to testify, because he don't get me wrong, as in because Woody is from, people don't understand, he actually from Mechanicsville. He actually from where Nut, YSL, Lucci, and all them from. So, and he started hanging with Thug. He actually didn't even start hanging with Thug. He was hanging with one of our friend that was hanging around Thug and whatnot. So that's why I just feel like, this case is some BS. They just holding up, and a lot of people just be speaking on the case that don't even be knowing what's going on. And I'm just ending at that. And then if you got any question, I can most definitely answer.
Thank you so much for that. Here come Deuce. You probably need to talk to Deuce, because Deuce believe everything that's being said. So
Yeah, that what I heard. That what I heard when he came on the phone.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you what.
That's the one thing when I heard him say, like, "Oh, all them going, they did." One thing about, hey, ball man, you ain't from Atlanta, so you ain't from the streets. You feel what I'm saying? And you don't know what actually goes on behind closed doors and at night when everybody be sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, Young Thug is a good person. They don't even speak on everything that men have done for the, like they trying to say Thug made Cleveland bad and everything. But what about all the good things that he did for Cleveland? He even when the city abandoned Cleveland, and he stepped in, and when he made it and started transformation of Cleveland, helping the family, giving out family $1,000 like before, when they was giving out stimulus checks and all that. Thug was been doing that, taking all the kids. I remember he used to get a school bus, sometimes 3-4 buses, and take them kids to Lennox, going to the mall, taking them kids shopping, taking on paying struggling parents bills and all that. But people don't speak on that. You know what I'm saying? They just want to say boom, because you got, at the end of the day, everybody got to understand, when you young, you do dumb stuff. But you at one point you gonna finally mature. So how can you hold me for all whatever I did in my past in my young dumb days, for now when I'm grown, I'm matured, and I'm trying to help? How can you hold me against everything that I did if I'm trying my best to erase everything from the past? That's what I don't understand.
You can't erase it, man.
But that's what I'm saying. But when you
what do
want
you
to know how
mean
you,
to erase it? I mean, people
but
change.
I don't think the term.
You're
I
right.
shouldn't
We
say
all
erase.
change. You're right. We do.
No. But
But
my
and
thing.
we and look, listen.
Mm-hmm.
The system is corrupt, man. We all know that, man. Shit,
Yeah,
I'm in Cincinnati. I know. Look. I know how it go, right? But when you go in them people courtroom, it's game time. It's their game. Everybody know that. So your best bet is to stay away from that courtroom. Cause I'm telling you, anybody go in that courtroom, they play for keeps in there. And they the ones that wrote the book, so they gonna do what they want to do in there.
Yeah,
So
true.
You gotta have that kind of money that boy got in
Yep.
order to fight that kind of system.
And that's
And look, and the reason he got that, and they know that, and so that's why they hit him with a RICO.
see, and that's where they messed up at. See,
No, they ain't messed
no,
up.
no,
Listen,
hold on. No, listen what I'm about to say when I say they messed up. See, you know, when you get indicted with a federal RICO, they seize your monetary, like seize your money. See, they messed up when they let his money. They didn't seize his money, so he was able to go get some of the best lawyers it is in the state of Georgia.
and that's fine and dandy because everybody getting paid in this case.
Most definitely.
Everybody from Miss Weaver all the way around. That's how much money in that courtroom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
that's exactly what they want. That's
think also
exactly.
Miss Hilton, Miss
Yeah,
Long, Judge
every,
Glenville, all them getting
and
paid.
that's why.
They getting paid because all are in cahoots. Because to be honest, I've been in Glenville in his courtroom before he even became a chief judge. You feel me? He always been unfair, especially to he. One thing I can say about what I'm gonna say about Glenville that's bad towards him, that he do not like black people. Like I ain't gonna say black people as a whole, but he do not like black people that come from the hood. As in, like, 'cause I remember he tried to give me 12 years for a gun that police planted. See, that back in the day, that when we used to have red dogs. Yeah, I know y'all, you know anything about Atlanta, and you heard some bad stories about red. They used to plant
Red
stuff on.
Dogs and Robin Crew.
You feel what I'm saying? So Glenville tried to give me 12 years
Woody had
behind a
that shit
gun that
on.
wasn't even mine. But if I didn't never had no paid lawyer and I was just dumbfounded, I would have had to took them 12 years and went down the road and been gone for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
And then the thing about Caleb Bumpus, Caleb Bumpus is a great lawyer. I don't know. I heard that too when I was listening to the thing. That would made me even say, let me join. Because Caleb Bumpus represent me on 2 of my cases. And both of them cases, we both won. Both of them cases. The case got thrown out because something basically what going on with Woody. What happened was the investigator had me down there at the headquarters right down on Peachtree Street. They trying to make me say something. I'm telling them, hey man, I don't got nothing to do with it. I don't know nothing about that. Oh, if you don't, what you call it, guess what we're gonna do? 'Cause at the time I was on probation. They say, okay, if you don't tell us what we want to hear, then guess what? We're gonna call your probation officer. We're gonna have her revoke your probation. And you know how the Fulton County and what the word the
They
straight
play
came
a
out.
dirty game,
And
man.
the first thing came out of his mouth. Guess what he told me? He say, and you know, you ain't gonna see no probation judge. You know, right now, Fulton County is bagged up. Because what people don't know about the Fulton County, we just got off that. You know, they say, oh, the what it is, the prosecutor got 30 days to not 30 days. Yeah, basically I think 30 or 90 days. I forgot how
It's
that
90 days.
yeah, the 90
days.
day rule. See, they changed the game because they didn't change it from 90 days. We had a piece of paper that when you go into the Fulton County jail, they say, hey, your due process is not 90 days anymore. It's 180 days. You a felony. It's
So
360 days.
So you
For them to,
understand that's how corrupt they is, right?
yeah, I know. Let me
So
tell you.
listen. What make you think that a RICO conspiracy charge ain't gonna stick in that corrupt ass courtroom?
Okay,
Hey, stop
So can I say something?
Dude,
So,
I'm gonna take you down if you don't stop that cussing.
I'm sorry.
So here's the number one thing. Okay. Renee said, is it Renee? Yeah, Renee said this. I think that one of the other people said this. This case, we all know, everyone on here know that this case is not about Young Thug, it's about politics. Okay?
It most definitely is.
Yes, give me a minute. The next thing, this is a war on hip hop. I've said this, I've been on this channel many times before. If we look at all of the hip hop people that's around, it's not happening in R&B. It went from NWA, which is old school, okay, to some of our latest, Jay-Z,
Yes.
all of them. And all of them have beat their, okay, Ricos, Gotti, everyone else, okay? So they have to, this is a statement for hip hop because hip hop is making the most money. Okay. They pay their taxes and they're out here and they're flashy while they have to sit in the courtroom and do plea deals all day long.
But only thing I gotta say, and I don't mean to interrupt you. The reason why I disagree with you on that point, because you have, if you say it's a war on hip hop, right? Thug is not the big. Thug is not the biggest rapper. If you're gonna make a
It's
statement,
not about Thug. That's
Well,
what I'm
let
saying.
him, no, let him finish.
I'm trying to follow your theory. I'm trying to follow
Let him
your theory.
finish his
Okay,
statement.
Thug,
Let him finish.
Thug is not the biggest rapper in Atlanta. If we're gonna be honest, actually, if you're gonna say somebody the biggest rapper right now in Atlanta, right now, and been for years, it's gonna be Future. So if you gonna make a stamp on hip hop and trying to say that, oh, we shutting this down, this and third. First of all, you will start with Future with the free band game.
That's not what I'm saying. Listen, this is a start. It has to start from someone, whether it's the lower fruit totem pole or the highest. Okay, it has to start somewhere. All right.
It's a progression. It's a progression of knowledge. It's a progression.
Exactly. You have to.
Yes.
I'm telling you something.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
The whole notion of it is this. Okay, it's a war on hip hop, as wise the rappers. Everyone, we can talk all of this all day long and all this and that, but we all know, hey, listen, if they really wanted to do something about nuts killing, like Miss Crystal said, they would have been done it, okay, long time ago. The reason that this case is going so haywire right now, Miss Sylvia knows, and some of the other people knows that guess what? The original guy that brought this case together, he took his notes and he said, I'm out of here, okay? So now they have to, okay, do the best that they can to pursue whatever evidence that they thought that they had. This is why it was so many plea deals. They run around, so many subpoenas. I looked at something where they said that this case has had the most subpoenas, okay, in United States history, okay? So Doug might be the target right now. Will he get away from this? I think so. I mean, here's the thing. Doug is going to make it out of this because I feel as though in the end, we all know that these people have been playing dirty since the beginning. And it's only a matter of time, okay? It's only a matter of time that the jury, because we got to remember this is a jury trial, that the jury is going to say, listen, whether they're tired, whether it gets acquitted from being incompetent, okay, from the state's attorney, whether it's wasting their time, okay, whether it's just a back and forth, it's going to get acquitted. There's no possible way that this is not going to get acquitted at this magnitude, all right? I don't see a guilty verdict in this because it has not went smooth. And competency basically is about the time that it took. All right. So Miss Sylvie gonna be doing a whole lot more cases. Yeah. Because they're coming after Future. They're coming after Future. They're coming after 21 Savage. They're coming after the little baby. Okay. They're already looking into the little baby right now. Okay.
I don't think so. And the reason why I say that is this is more of Fannie Willis doing her friend a favor. Because you got to think about it. If we're gonna sit here and talk truth, YSL was came after they started in, believe it or not, in 2012, 2013. And that see what people don't understand about Atlanta. See, they look at it, oh, it's a game, it's a clip. No, I'm gonna pose that it's not, because I'm from Edgewood, so every Atlanta is made of 6 zones, zone 1 through zone 6. Every zone have hoods. So what we end up doing is, if you from this hood, we came up with a name for this how people know we from this hood, That even they go back from high school, they go back from middle school, they go back from elementary, all of that. So to say about the YSL was a gang or a clique or this, that, the third. Only thing that I feel like with only thing with this trial is that blood, cause that's actually it's a gang in Georgia. You feel what I'm saying? And in his younger days, he associated himself with that.
There
You
you
feel
go.
what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question real quick. I'm sorry to cut in.
Uh huh.
Do you realize that these high profile lawyers that they're best friends with the judges? Did you realize that they play golf together, that they hang out together?
Who?
Like these judges and these high profile lawyers, what I'm trying
Oh,
to say is
I can tell you one thing. Brian still ain't playing golf with no on Glenville. I tell you that now.
Exactly.
what I'm trying to
I'm gonna
say is
tell you
that
that now. I'm from Atlanta. I'm telling you that right now. Cause
you
what
know,
if you
okay,
on
hold on. Let
let me,
someone else talk. Let someone else talk for like a minute. If you can hold back for a minute, if it's
Hey
possible.
y'all, hey, I'm the runner of this channel.
Yeah.
Hold
But
on.
the thing is that the judges and the high profile lawyers, what I'm trying to tell you, when I was in law enforcement, they're friends. They know each other. They know each other's families.
but not
And
all
what
judges
all
and lawyers are friends. Just to let
the
you know that.
high profile lawyers, like the really expensive ones, and they can get you off of charges because they are like the judge and the lawyer are actually friends. This is what
Not
happens.
in this
Well,
case.
But I'm gonna just
oh,
intertwine. Let you
Jesus
finish.
Christ.
I can tell you right. I can tell you right now. If you go by what your theory just said, if Brian Steele and Adam were friend with Glenville Judge Glenville, why this case what's called? Cause it been a couple of times. Cause he could have been called for a mistrial. So if to make it seem right in the system, he could have been called for a mistrial.
But listen, can I say something right quick? Okay. Look, can we run it back to the transcripts? Let's get back to where we are currently. And currently, we're at the transcripts. Currently, we're finally at the recusal phase that we've been looking for months. Let's get back to what we read on these 56 pages, right? So there's several parts that I want to discuss. And let's start off the fact that when this started, when Kayla came in, she explained to the judge why she was there. She explained to Miss Love why she was there. Miss Hilton wasn't there. Glanville called the meeting, correct?
Yep.
So Glanville, at the end of the day, has been the corrupt one since the beginning. We've seen the bias. That's all we've been talking about for
Uh huh.
weeks and months is bias, right?
Yep.
At the end of the day, all of those motions that were put in before this ex parte meeting happened and all of that, still, who is the number one appeals attorney in Georgia, knew exactly what he was doing, right? So again, as I said before when I was up here, it's not about what you've done, it's about what can be proven. And
True.
they knew when they bought Woody in the type of person that he was. He has been coming into APD since 2011 and probably prior to that with juvenile convictions, right? Because all he says is how he's in and out of jail. APD does not like Woody. The things they have set him up for, including this case, has been against him. And reading the ex parte transcripts said a lot, with Hilton playing on his "don't you want to get back to your dogs? Don't you want to get back to your daughter? It's Father's Day weekend," right? At the end of the day, this meeting should not have taken place. And that's where we're at, is this meeting.
And
We
that's
can
true.
talk about everything that happened prior to June 10th. But at this point, June 10th is where we're at with the fact that Woody was a sworn in witness.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, they played with him because in that transcript, he said, "I told y'all every day this week that I wanted to plead the fifth, that I was going to plead the fifth." They waited until Thursday till Melnick sent that email at 6 p.m. that said what it said. And that evening, they gave that information to Judge Glanville. Judge Glanville said, "Well, I'm sure this is what we're going to do," because they know the law. As somebody said up here,
Yep.
they don't necessarily write the law, just legislation. But with that being said, they knew that if they put immunity on him, that it would take away his Fifth Amendment right. Because at the end of the day, all they care about is a conviction. They care about a conviction. Love said it. I watched some of her videos from when she was running for the district attorney. All she cares about is a conviction. She said that with her own mouth. And we see that the way that they worked this case, from the fact that they started out with 700 plus witnesses, and we all have said, including lawyers and everybody else, this is the first case that we've all seen like this. And at this pace, in this case is going to change a lot of laws in the way that Fulton and Georgia run their courtrooms, because this case is going to be a case law. The way that they came in with no physical evidence, not even from the previous cases that have been tried, that's why Thug sits back with a smile on his face. That's why Adams and Steele sits there and says, we good. They ain't bumping fists, because the law is the law. No matter Chief Judge Glanville that didn't even halfway get through high school and said that he couldn't even get to college. That man went to the military because he could not do anything else. And that says a lot. This is out his own mouth. This is not hearsay. Judge Glanville said, I couldn't even get into college. So the fact that he used that military experience and they put that into sending him to school, to go through law school, to be a judge, and everybody's saying it's politics, it is. It's about who you know, not about what you know. And the way that this case has played out since the beginning, we see that Fani, the other case that she RICO'd, I'm not going to say the name of the other case that she RICO'd, that case is on pause. At this conjunction right now, we are on pause with this case. So we can all say our theories and this and that, but we have things that are on record right now. This transcript, for instance. With this transcript, we see in all 56 pages there, I see in the comments, people are like, oh, well, Glanville, he didn't really do anything. Yes, he did. Every time Hilton said something, every time in the beginning, before this, he agreed with everything she said. He came in because Judge Glanville was previously a prosecutor and he was also a defense attorney. So I've said this entire time that man got on that stand and has gotten his wires crossed with the position that he currently holds as judge, and he's running his room like it's a like he's the prosecutor. So at the end of the day, his ego took over this case, and at the end of the day, his ego is about to kill this case. And at the end of the day, Ms. Love and Miss Hilton, Mr. Dancing Brown, and that entire prosecution team.
Dancing Brown.
Listen, that entire prosecution team has been such an ugly stain on the state of Georgia and the way that they run their courthouse. This case has gone on so long. There are court cases that can't even get in because of this circus. Now, I don't live in Atlanta currently, but I used to 2008. I'm currently in Chicago. I understand corruption. I understand the way that, there's some people rooting for the state. There's some people, it's about what's right. And what's right at this time is what the law that's in place in that ex parte meeting should have never taken place. And based upon the transcripts, Woody was confused. I don't care if we think he's a liar or not. As far as the immunity, that was not asked of the court. The court forced that on him to get him to testify. And that alone, I believe, now I don't fully know the law, that alone should have been illegal. Because you can't,
not illegal.
They can do what they want to do. They can do whatever they want to do, right? Clearly, right? But at the end of the day, let me finish this thought. And I got ADHD. Okay. I'll go off on something else. Let me finish this thought. At the end of the day, the meeting, the recusal that's about to happen, everything about this case, and I knew that the way the judge came in today, we all knew he was late, but the way he came in, I think he is defeated. I think the judge has tossed it up, which is why he's kind of like, screw it, the transcript's in, because he feels like he didn't do anything. But if you comprehend and you can read, and you read that transcript, you'll see that he was with the state. You'll see that Kayla tried to remove herself and that the judge forced her to stay. You'll see that Woody, his rights were violated. You'll see that Melnick, the reason he wanted to, he was going off the case because he already, like he said, now we can see that the relationship between Melnick and Woody is kind of rocky, right? We see that he's there, he's not there, because Woody may be alone, and Woody don't really care about none of this stuff, right? So when Melnick told Kayla, hey, when you get there Monday, just give him this piece of paper and If he decides to get on the stand, tell him I'm no longer his lawyer. The judge forced Kayla to be on this case. Kayla was coming in to do one job only, and that's to make sure that Woody was able to plead the fifth. But I don't think that she understood the immunity, just like Woody didn't understand the immunity. And yes, she's a lawyer, but when you're thrown into the mix like that, and this is a RICO case, y'all, we talking about. Yes, she would have represented Woody, who was a witness for the state, but this is a RICO case we're talking about. She needs to know everything if she's going to be staying there for an additional how many days he's on a stand, because how can she defend what she does not know? So at the end of the day, yes, she has had previous cases of Woody, as she said out of her own mouth on some of the lives. So she's known Woody. So she understands. Everybody in Atlanta, I'm sure, knows Woody, right?
Everybody
When it
knows
comes
when
when
Kayla Bumpus.
exactly, and Kayla, because I watched. So at the end of the day, y'all, there are people's lives on the line, and we can talk about our own stories. We can talk about what should have happened, but what we are right now is the fact that the case has not been proven to be RICO. I don't care what anybody says. Have we proven that people have committed crimes? Yes. Have we proven that it's a bunch of mess going on? Yes. But RICO has not been proven. And this ex parte meeting was the hammer and the nail, because Glanville has been wrong, Hilton has been wrong, and Love has been wrong by the way that they've received their quote unquote evidence, by the way they've coerced these witnesses. The lady that lost her job a couple months, but I don't even know how many weeks or months ago it was, when she didn't want to come on the stand, she said, y'all made me lose my job. It is people's lives. The jury, this is day 100.
Yeah.
And now they're like, now y'all got to wait.
The state don't tell.
The people whose lives have been most affected is not the state, it's the witnesses, it's the jury, and it's the way this case should have gone. Like I said before, it didn't go that way. And this ex parte meeting was to cover their tail. There's no reason that y'all needed 14 people in the room to state what's been stated, unless you were being corrupt and everybody in there is friends, and y'all did that to cover each other's back, including Miss Weaver, who I believe is helping the state. And I believe that a lot of that stuff has been redacted. And again, no matter what was said at the meeting itself should not have taken place. And that is why we are at where we're at. And moving forward, whoever presides, because we know who is going to preside over the whole judge stuff, right? But now that Judge Glanville has finally, after months, said, okay, fine, I'll let another judge preside. We don't know who's going to preside over the recusal. I don't believe. Only the other case that was Steele's case. So with this, we don't know where this is going to go moving forward. We just know that the corruption has been seen by everyone. There's no going back. So at this time, I really think that we just need to pray for Woody, because as much as we can see, I don't know if y'all seen his statuses on his Instagram, but no matter what he says to the world, we all are still human. And his daughter, his nephews, his family, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he is mentally going through something based upon the post he's recently said. So I believe that there needs to be a prayer for Thug and all of YSL, Steele, and everybody, including praying for Miss Hilton and Miss Love, that their corrupt hearts will allow them to do their jobs justly and not corruptly. And that's all I have to say.
So I want to piggyback off of what you just said. I agree that recusal, that should have never even happened. And then so I noticed, like, in people were saying like Steele lied when he said that Woody said that he would say that he killed Big Nut. So I truly believe that someone told him that.
I believe that if you go back and read the transcript, when
And if
Woody,
you if you go back and read
he
the
said in the
transcript,
transcript, I think that Weaver redacted some information. I don't think that Steele
I
would have put
agree.
his entire bar
right.
card on the line for
But
something of that.
also he did say in the transcript, I did crimes. I did some of those crimes. So
He didn't say some of them. He said, I did those crimes. He didn't say
he
some.
said I did those
He
crimes.
said, I
So
did those crimes, because Woody
right.
know what he's done. Woody knows
And
all of
when
that.
he said that, I think, and I'm just paraphrasing, Hilton was saying something about, oh, we know you didn't do those. You know, we know you're lying about that. So
That's
that
because
part,
her whole play And there, the state's whole play is to get Young Thug and YSL out of there by any means necessary. In that same transcript, she said, "We know you did all this. We know you did all that. But at the end of the day, we just want you to testify. And no matter what crime you did," because she says that, because I know a lot of people, we were saying before that even if he said something to go back on the feds, well, in that transcript, the immunity that they gave him was federal and state. So they wanted Woody to testify by any means necessary. And at the end of the day, they threatened him to stay in jail for a long time, and he didn't really care. But they confused him on how he was able to testify and plead the fifth and this and the third, because again, he didn't ask for immunity. So if you didn't ask for something, then you don't know how something works. So they
I agree with
coerced him
that.
into that.
So
And
they did give him federal then.
Yes, they did. It's in the transcript. They said they gave him federal immunity and state. So they didn't care what he said. He wasn't going to. The only thing he would go to jail for is perjury, lying on the stand. And that's where he was confused, because he said, "Y'all tell me to purge myself." But he was confused between perjury and purge. And so just from those things alone, I feel like he's not an incompetent witness anyway.
right.
Because if somebody doesn't understand the basics of what you're telling them, then you're coercing them, because a definition is the definition and a word is a word.
Right.
So
And
here's what,
they shouldn't have had that meeting in the first place with him in there. And then I want also still filed a proffer today.
Exactly, for everything that Glanville has done, because it's obvious whether you study law or not, you can see the injustice. So
Mm-hmm.
whether someone's guilty or not, do it by the law. That's what we have lawyers for, to catch the state trying to play those games. And that is why still is no one is at appeal, because he so many times during this case, Judge Glanville has said, "You know what, Mr. Steele, you're right, but I'm going to go with the state." And
Right.
that is how Glanville showed his bias.
Do you think they're gonna pull me and Chidi into that as witness?
They might.
I think so.
it might. I
I
think they
think
is.
Because
that you've covered it for so long,
Yeah.
and you have such insight, and you're actually in the courtroom. I think that I don't think that you'll be. I think you'll be on a witness list, but I don't know how much you'll go up there, because the case is already in shambles. So it doesn't matter
No,
what.
I'm talking about for the part that Steele put in regard to his situation. Remember?
I don't
That's what he
think
put
they
the
have to,
proffer
because
in.
they have the videos.
Okay, because he put in the proffer and he put in Chidi's
Right.
What's the name? I put it in the link earlier for you guys to go look what Chidi
Yeah.
wrote, and he wrote my name, my first and last name. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
Yep.
I mean,
It's
if they wrote your
it's not
name,
too
then you
often that
might
they.
get your name called. So
It's
it
not
might
too
It's
be
often that they
possible.
bring the. It's not too often that they bring the media in and stuff like that. But as you are, it's more so your videos and the things you posted. They can, just like they've used academics and college kid and
Right.
all of them. They can just
No, but
utilize your
he
video.
said that when we were in there, that the
'Cause
officers told us to not
you're
talk
you're an
about it.
eyewitness now, Sylvia.
Right.
I think
In
at this
fact,
point
you're
I think at this point it's beyond that, because the meeting shouldn't happen in the first place. So I
Right.
understand that there's a process and all the various motions, but the motion of recusal will pull back everything else.
And also on that motion to recusal, and it's going to go to another judge. So the process on that is, being that Euro is the chief judge, and it's supposed to go to this Brenda woman who's also has some corrupt stuff underneath her.
Belinda.
Belinda, correct. It's supposed to go under her. She has to recusal also and send it to a whole nother district. No one in that court can, those judges can take on this case. It has, and it only needs to be her that does the recusal to send it somewhere else. So it's not like she recuses and then she sends it to another person in the same district. She has to recuse and send it somewhere else.
Right.
A whole
And I
different
see,
state.
I think that's where we're going to get. I think that's what we're going to get our. I'm sorry for cutting in, but I think that's where we're going to get our just desserts and to really see like what it's really going to be. Because like right now this is just a waiting game. And once again,
yes, I can't wait either. I ain't even cut y'all, because
Yeah.
I know something, and I don't know. I can't really see who that was talking at first about that transcript was redacted. To be honest with
that was
y'all,
me.
because I just wanted to let y'all know. Like I told y'all, I'm from Atlanta, and I know everybody in this that's been in this case, from the J that was on the stand, that testified about he seen with Nut. What's called?
Man,
I
you
know
better
all.
stop saying you from Atlanta before they call you up though,
Oh
dog.
shit, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? But only thing I'm saying is I was told that everything that's in that transcript is not everything that's supposed to be in that transcript.
That's what I was just told
I
And
don't
too.
believe it
I was
is
just making
either. I
I was
think
just
that's why Brian wanted to hear the recording as well.
Exactly.
Absolutely,
I mean,
absolutely.
I
so
ordered.
y'all when I've been listening to y'all actually on point. Y'all know some stuff. Like I think I heard like 2, 3 y'all said some stuff. I was like, okay, dang, how they know all that already?
I see
But
a lot of people in the chat saying that it's not federal. Just go read the freaking transcripts. Miss Sylvia just read it. It says in the transcripts, Hilton says that you are covered federally and by state. Just
yeah,
read the
'cause he said
transcripts.
she
This is
said
not
but
something
five
I'm pulling
years
out of my
I
butt.
have a
federal and
question.
4 years in state. Remember, she said 5 years
Yes,
federal,
yes. I
four
read
years
the
I
in
have a
chat though. People in
question.
the
I have
chat
a
are saying
question.
that it's not federal. His immunity was federal and state because they had to do that because by any means necessary, they needed Woody on the stand to testify. And if he didn't testify, they would have gotten the videos in regardless. That was their whole point, is the fact
I
that
don't.
they believe whatever he said on that tape is their truth, which is
That's
why they
not
built
true.
their
If
case
he
off
had
of
a
that.
pled the
So
fifth, they wouldn't have got the videos in. That's why they
exactly.
needed him.
So the whole point of giving him immunity was to take away his rights and force him to testify regardless. Because in the transcripts, he said, "Well, can I say I don't recall?" She said, Miss Hilton said, "Well, yeah, but I don't want you to do that for everything because then I might impeach you." So she already knew what it was. When Steele got up there and said that y'all knew that he was gonna plead the fifth, and the state said no, we did not. They lied. They
They
lied.
did.
They lied. Because if that ex parte meeting didn't happen, or we didn't know that happened, then all of that conversation would have happened. That's why the judge was pissed, because the judge knew that he was wrong, Hilton knew she was wrong, and Miss Love knew she was wrong.
Right.
So at the end
And
of the day,
Woody
the
was
meeting
their
should have
star
happened.
witness, and with their star witness, I would have never chose him to be a star witness because he wasn't cooperating since the very beginning. And I would have never, even if by looking at those tapes before he even took the stand, just looking at those tapes, you can easily see that some things he was saying the truth, but some things he was lying to get out of it. And you can see that the questions they were saying, but supposedly asking, they were leading him into situations.
More
I
definitely.
I ain't gonna
understand.
say. Here's my thing. I ain't God, but I'm gonna let you know like this. I'm gonna tell you like this. I believe that Willie was telling the truth on some of this stuff. I really honestly
Well, that's
believe.
what I said. I think he was telling us the truth on some things, but he was
Some
But
of
it's
lying
it.
on
about
some others.
what they can
I
prove.
really. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I really think that from Woody's demeanor, from me seeing this every day. We're not talking about the Young Thug trial. I'm just saying I see it. I'm not going into all that other type of stuff. His demeanor and his approach, okay, there's a certain way that you just gonna lie, okay, and a person is gonna say, okay, well, yeah, he's lying, okay. We're not talking about Woody staring in space, you feel me, like he does not understand. Woody from the beginning has been saying y'all been coercing me for so many years. Okay, I'm done. It's like a breaking point. All right, you keep bending that what you call them, it's gonna break. Now there's Woody in fear. Okay, I'm gonna honestly tell you the truth. Listen, people talk about Fulton County. I got a heck of family in Fulton County. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. Okay, but Atlanta is big enough. I don't even think Woody's in Fulton County. Okay. I understand he might be good, name might be good, or whatever the situation may be, but all of the stuff that he did, all the stuff he been through, Woody's not in Fulton County no more. He's in Atlanta, but trust me, it's my personal belief that he's not in Fulton County no more. Now, is he still in Atlanta? Yeah. Do I believe what Woody says? Yes.
But
Okay.
if he's still in,
Have
if
you
he's still,
seen
if
There's
his
he's
somebody
still,
new on
videos?
the
Have you
panel,
seen his
y'all.
lives? He riding around all of regular Atlanta.
let me tell you something, because you kind of said something that you said he's not in Fulton County, but he's but he is in Atlanta. Atlanta is Fulton County. I just want to just throw you on that,
That's
and
not
then
true. That's not true.
I'm
He meant to say he's in Georgia. That's what he meant to say. He's in
okay,
Georgia.
and then
Some of
then
Atlanta is
I can
County.
tell you now. Hey, he riding around Atlanta right now. It's so because when the dude came on talking about something, oh, he was scared for his life. If you read that transcript didn't say nothing about he was feared for his life.
Exactly.
He
He
said he's
ain't
not scared
he
because
ain't
Not
at his
not at
house.
all.
look,
Only
even when
thing,
I
only
said he looked like he was
I,
crying, he got upset with me because I said he looked like he was crying. He said, I ain't crying.
yeah,
Yeah.
because
So
He
I
ain't at
just feel like he was trying to cover himself because I hear y'all saying, oh, he signed them on gave him the immunity for federal and state, but last time I checked, because I have a homeboy that's right now in the feds now because the state lied to him. They gave him immunity, said that it's for state. It was gonna cover state and federal. But guess what ended up happening? Because I keep hearing y'all saying that 5 and 4 years. What you call it? Murder don't have no
but
That's
it keep going. It
that's
keep going.
exactly what Woody was saying
And,
because
and
that's
that,
Woody
what
that's
he
keep
said.
knows
going.
what it
He said
is.
that.
And so what happened was my homeboy he played it out on two murders that he did. Did you know soon after he left that courtroom and they released him, guess who picked him up the next day?
The Fed.
The
But
feds picked him up.
look, y'all, that proves that he said something about murder.
Yep. And it proves that
Exactly, and
Fucking
he
murder
did
right
exactly, Miss
there.
Sylvia.
it proves
Exactly.
that transcript was redacted. I have seen
Yes.
transcripts. We
Yep.
had a 3-hour hearing. This ex parte hearing started, we'll say, and lasted for about 3.5 hours. We had a transcript for a 2004 exam that lasted 3 hours, 30 minutes, a little bit more. Our transcript was over 1,200 pages.
I believe it.
So when you said 56 pages, I was like, there is no way. There is no way.
I mean, but you can see it
The
from.
index, the index may be 56 pages, where it tells you what word this page is on and on what line. That might be 56 pages. But when you say 56 pages and this hearing, these conversations
But
went
but
on
that's why I
from the
said Miss
morning.
Weaver's in on it.
Yeah, from the morning to almost they took a lunch.
Yeah,
I'm like, this doesn't make sense. 56 pages. There's no way.
you got to think about it.
I don't think you starting and stopping.
Yeah.
56
But
pages
look, y'all,
does
I
not
I
make
just got
sense.
transcript from a hearing, like one of those bond hearing, and that one was 86 pages. So
Thank
that
you.
you're right.
Thank
You're
you.
right.
I do
Look
this.
at that. Look at that.
Right.
Yeah, 3.5 hours is not 56 pages. You might want to say
No
three
way.
and
I
a half
mean,
hours
Our
aside.
conversation, if
is about
somebody was
150 pages.
right,
Yeah. Yeah.
our conversation since we've been live is over 56 pages.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
from reading it, you can see that Euro's sentences was incomplete.
Exactly. And my thing is, if
So
14 people were standing in that room around Woody, don't y'all feel that that is intimidation? If nobody else was talking except for Bumpus, Hilton, and the judge, and Woody just sitting there, and 14 people standing around him, sheriffs and all those people, they intimidated him, and that's the part that's going to end up coming out during the recusal and
how
all
y'all
that.
think? How y'all think that the defense feel? Because they've been trying to get this where we at right now
They
since
fine.
And hold
since
on, I want to say
they've been
this.
trying to get here since at least March.
Miss
Every single day, still gets up there and calls for a mistrial, and Euro has denied it. And then on top of that, he's gone against the law and denied another judge getting it. Until we finally got here to where he was publicly shamed to do his job.
you got
Right.
But the victory gonna come when
you
that when
got the beginning and Miss Weaver at the end of the transcript when she asks, because she's transcribing, when she asks if this concludes the hearing, that is exactly how it ends. So it's some stuff in the middle we haven't got.
Can
Right.
I
And
can,
on the
can I jump
transcript,
in?
does it name all 14 people that were in the
It
room?
names every
No,
it should
no.
it typically parties that are present, they
Can I
should
jump?
be named.
Can I jump in real quick? I want to say, did you guys see the other co-defendants when they were in court in front of the
Yes,
other judge?
yes.
That's real life right there. That's what it's really like every day in court when you either have a public defender or just a regular lawyer.
Not to say not just a regular lawyer, but yeah, that's what it's really like. They talk to you like your lawyer ain't important. Versus when you see the Young Thug lawyers, that's because the cameras in there, and you can see the difference, man. You can It's night and day,
Hmm.
and that's what they do every day, man.
Yeah,
I mean, the
And
pleas that they got out of this trial thus far, they were coerced to me too. Because if you went back to motions, Euro was bullying them. You should take the plea deal because you
Yep.
don't know what
yep.
can happen in the trial. Like, come on, bro.
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, because the judge's job is just pretty much to keep order in the court. He should never be jumping in on the defense side or the
I'm trying to
prosecutor
I'm
tell
side.
telling
you,
y'all, he got his wires crossed. He didn't know if he was the
I ain't
prosecutor
never
And I
seen
think
a
or the
judge
defense.
argue so
he's
much.
trying to run this court like the military. Everybody's guilty, and you need to
Oh,
prove yourself innocent.
and if
Well,
you
not,
remember at
he
the beginning
always
of the
been like that. He
transcript,
always been like that.
if you remember at the beginning of the transcript, Love was running it. That was Love ex parte meeting. Until they
Exactly.
went
but
and got
Oh yeah, she got out of there
Woody.
quick.
They
Sylvia,
went
I
and
what
want
is
got
that
to
Woody,
judge's
and she
name?
fell back.
I want to say though, we got like me. I'm from Pennsylvania. I know we got somebody in here from Baltimore. Like I just want to say like these judges is like that everywhere. Like here
Yeah, I'm from
we got
Los Angeles, and they
we got
are.
we
Man,
got a judge.
they got some fair and impartial judges out
We got a judge up here in Pennsylvania. His name is Clark. His name is Clark. They call him C Murder. You know what I'm saying? Like he would look,
God.
he'll he'll look you'll be getting sentenced and he'll look out the window and be like, how many birds you see out there on that branch, man?
Uh-uh.
And be like, that's how many years you got.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
like yeah, they
Sylvia,
like that everywhere.
The
what is
DA is gonna
that
play
judge's
this.
name that was doing the hearings for the plea deals the other day?
That is gosh, hold on.
Judge Joe Brown.
No. He's my buddy. Oh my god.
What about him?
Hold on.
So
Let me get his name.
I feel like okay, so even though that judge was was strict, but that's kind of like what you want because that's the type of judge that don't deal with the overzealous in the
Yes.
court. And
No,
he's
I
gonna
think
go the things that Love was doing with Glanville, she would have never been
He
able
would have
to
did that.
argue back and forth with that judge.
Nope.
and I think the best lawyer, I mean judge that would have been good for this case. And I know Miss Sylvia, I know you've been in the Fulton County for a minute. I do you remember Judge Levitt? Let it
Yes.
go, Levitt. I
Yes.
think
Let it
right
go.
now,
Let
cause let me tell you something about Fulton County. Fulton County only had, to me, in my personal experience going through the Fulton County court system, the only two best judges that Fulton County ever had, in my opinion, since I've been living, has been Let It Go Levitt and Judge Hilton. On Judge Hilton, the dude that not Judge Hilton, Judge Hicks. You remember
Wait,
Mr. Hicks, Judge Hicks, Miss Sylvia?
where is
Them
he
the
at?
only
He
two people
retired?
that them the only two judges that would sit there and make the state prove they case. See, everybody else you guilty until proven innocent. Judge Levitt and Judge Hicks, they make the state prove their case, and you automatically. Judge Levitt and gave out so many murder on bonds that it don't make no sense. That's why they got rid of them.
Alvarez, how old are you?
I'm 31,
Okay.
and Miss Sylvia know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Judge Levitt is the most loved judge that was, to me, especially when I say love. The prosecutor probably didn't like him, but the people that was on as a defendant, he was fair. One thing I know when I go into Judge Levitt courtroom, although he might not have his black robe on, he gonna be fair. He gonna
Same thing
talk
with
to you like a
Adams.
human being.
I think Adams is fair.
Yeah, I only been to Judge Adam one time because he was filling in
No, I'm
for
talking about the lady Adams.
Oh, I don't think I've never been in her courtroom, Miss Sylvia.
But she's strict. She's strict, but she's fair.
Yeah, and then Eric Dunaway, Judge Eric Dunaway,
I like
he's
Eric
kind of fair.
Dunaway too.
Yeah, he's kind of fair, but the thing about him, you just don't want to go back in front of him. Once he give you that break the first time, the second time you grass, you going down the road.
Yes.
Miss Sylvia, I got a question for AJ. AJ,
What's up, bro?
Listen, I think we got the same opinion. Everybody else can chime in too. I know Miss Sylvia, this is what you call, but I wanted to bring it back. So, do you think? I know we talked about Hilton, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you really think that Love is setting Hilton up?
I don't want to say set up, but
Yes.
she definitely played the role. Meaning she fell back and let Hilton take the smoke. You understand? She knew she was under fire.
Yeah.
Even before the ex parte stuff,
Yes.
she was already under fire. The way she was handling witnesses, so she
Mm-hmm.
fell all the way back, and basically Hilton it became her puppet. You see how she
Yeah,
Yes.
acts
because
in court,
her
right?
demeanor has started to be like Love's.
Yes.
Exactly, and basically, Love was talking through Hilton
Yeah.
this
Mm-hmm.
whole time.
Cause I
Miss
mean,
And
Love
so,
coaching
and then
Hilton.
it's
That's
cause,
all.
especially after the ex parte when I noticed watching it that Love stopped getting on the record. I'm
mm-hmm.
like, I even said it in the chat, like, why Love don't want to talk no more?
Yeah.
People were like,
Cause
nah,
this
we
her
don't want to hear
case.
from her. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Well, I
let's
don't
talk
even
though.
think Woody would have even cooperated if Love was the questioning him. She wouldn't have got nothing out of him.
No.
But
Yeah.
He didn't.
even before Woody Love fell back,
Yeah.
and
Well,
I
we,
was trying to figure out
but remember
why.
before AJ, we would say that Love Love takes the I guess the police and all of them, and she gives Hilton I guess the little what you call them after the one girl when she
Uh huh.
tried to get her and they locked her up.
Yeah,
That was
made her cry, talked about a dead mama, all that
yeah.
shit.
Yeah. That. But
And Hilton sounds a little ratchet, man. I don't know if she got like a
yes,
lot of
I think
snot in her nose.
she more definitely is.
I
She
But
think
got
they
like I
giving
don't know if she got
Sure.
like I
but
don't know if she got like snot in her nose or something, but or it's like she
I
no,
think
I
they
don't think she
giving
doing that.
Hilton her time to shine.
Oh, they
No,
better not. They better stop
But I
because
but
think
today. I'm
to
Listen,
your
sorry.
question though, Mike, I think it
Woody
was
is a
on
very
purpose.
hostile witness.
Hmm.
Very hostile.
all on been.
I'm Miss Love. I think she already done got them kind of titles already. I think Miss Love gave Miss Hilton this situation right here for her time to shine. Right here.
I
Because
think
man,
But
Woody is a hostile witness and
Bean
all
was
kind of
hostile.
things. And I'm
Bean was
telling you,
hostile.
I
Okay,
think Miss
y'all,
Love's
y'all
I
do me a
think Miss
favor.
Love
Can y'all let her say something? She's been trying to get on this live for the longest. Please let fellas just hush a second. Let her say something.
Thank you, Miss Sylvia.
You're welcome.
I've been sitting here
How
waiting
do you say
forever.
your name? How do you say your name?
My name is Scandinavian. It's pronounced Hajordis,
Hajordis. I couldn't say it. I didn't want to mess it up.
and I am African American. No,
Oh,
no, I just been sitting here listening to everyone, and I was just gonna throw some of my own personal experience out there. I'm from Cali, and some years back, I'm not gonna tell y'all what year, because then I'll give away my age. Um, I was. Um, uh, like sitting in a chair like Thug and them on a murder trial. And the one thing, now I don't know how Atlanta runs, but I know in the state of California, what you cannot do is force immunity up on an individual, on a witness. You cannot. You cannot use immunity as a way to try to get them to testify basically for you, because that's all they're doing is they're trying to make Woody say what they want Woody to say, and Woody's refusing. I don't know if anybody else picked up on it in the transcript where over and over Woody kept saying, but I told you Monday, Tuesday, Thursday that I was going to plead the fifth. And Hilton kept trying to come back and say, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because what they're trying to do is keep him confused. And because he doesn't really have counsel that's sitting there with him. I mean, Bumpus did the best that she can do. I seen her earlier, and she did say today that once the transcript came out, she was going to come back and let us know if in fact it was the actual transcript. And I worked also in a law firm, and from what I can look at from that transcript, that is not a full transcript. The sentences are cut off midway. They're not even full sentences. One person to say something, and then it just stops and it moves on to the next person. And then what happened for the whole Wasn't it like 35 or 40 minutes that Woody was alone with Hilton? What happened to that part of the conversation?
We don't know.
Because there was like a long period of time where it was just her and Woody. And I this is just again my personal opinion. I believe that they had Bumpus and all of them in the chambers with the judge. I believe that Hilton had Woody in another room, but I also believe that Hilton was able to hear everything that was being said and going on in the other room by way of the earpiece. And
Now you
that's,
really conspiracy theorists on that one.
I don't think I'm just saying, because I mean, come on, you guys, this is not a Rico. I've seen Ricos. This to me is just not a Rico. This is Fonnie Willis gone wild. I mean, really,
Yes, yes,
this is Fonnie Willis gone wild, and this is
and
all about politics.
and
This is nothing.
it's a cover up too. It's a this trial, the Donald Trump trial, the Lucha trial. I feel like all this stuff, like, because it's a lot of money is missing. So they trying to, my honest opinion, it's two things about this case that I feel. I feel like Cause you gotta think about it. Miss Love is Miss Fannie Willis' best friend that people don't know. They best friend, and you got to think about Judge Glanville used to Fannie Willis used to work in Judge Glanville courtroom. Was one of the main prosecutors.
Right. And why did that other lady, I can't think of her name, was it Keisha or something like that
Which
in
one? You talking about,
Atlanta?
which lawyer you talking about? You talking about Kayla Bumpus?
No, this was an African American lady that was with the judicial system in Atlanta, real nice lady, and she just all of a sudden suddenly, like, she was like, I'm done, I'm walking away. She wasn't a part of this case, but I was reading somewhere that one of the reasons that she walked away from the whole traditional thing was because of Love and Fonnie Willis
You
and
ain't
all of
talking
the
about
corruption that was going on.
She,
you right, Blink. You ain't talking about our former mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, are you?
Yes.
You know what her new title is right now?
She's
No.
on the cabinet with Biden.
Yeah, she got a promotion.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, but I feel like the prosecutor in Ford County always been wicked, and what you call it, because this ain't if I wish we could like all Love cases can be recorded. Miss Love been playing dirty, and to go back to, I don't know, the dude that asked AJ that question. She more definitely set Miss Hilton up. Miss Hilton just thinks she getting her shine and thinks she what's called, but she gonna be the main one in trouble. Cause y'all got, I'm not gonna speak on too much, but when Judge Glenville got to come as a witness for that motion that still sorry for the ex parte, Woody gonna say, he about to say some stuff that y'all don't even know about.
Speaking of which, remember back, Sylvia, you
He
remember
said
when
it
the
was ex
news
parte.
broke? When the news broke and you said that Hilton was crying,
Yeah.
I believe this is why. Because it came to her phone first that the ex parte
I
was going to
agree
come
with
out.
that.
And we didn't know real time why. We thought, it was personal. Woo, woo. You didn't even know. But then later on that afternoon, the ex parte came out. So I believe that's why.
Because
Hmm.
it's a couple people about to be in trouble. Y'all just keep watching. That's why I'm gonna join it.
Hey, I want to
Thug
know
them
why.
coming home.
I want to know why ain't none of the older dudes indicted, because a lot of this stuff they bringing up from 2015, you see about 12 and 13. Them dudes was like 20, 21. They not even OGs. They just
Right.
started their own little rap group. They had their own little friendship. They might have been inside of the of that blood gang right then and there, but it sounds like they took like 4, 5, 6 friends, started their own little rap group, started their own little crew inside of a bigger crew. So it's not like, where's the OGs at that was in them videos?
There,
That was
there,
Because it's because Atlanta
you
don't
gotta
have.
under, you gotta understand the structure of Atlanta, man. It's really you
Yes.
speaking like it's not really no OGs in
No
Atlanta.
more.
No old heads,
No
so to
more.
speak, that you
No
speaking
more.
of.
Now
Well, and
But
I dig
also,
that part, but I'm saying you remember like the videos
I know
when
what
they
you're
were
talking about.
when they were showing the videos and all the
But
older dudes though. It was
but
like it's like 50 people outside.
right.
Where the older dudes at?
But also
They
this
from
case is
Cleveland.
right. I ain't from Cleveland. But
Well, and
also
another thing everybody has to also consider with this trial, and let me just say this because I know some people in there that'll jump on this real quick, because I said I was once a defendant in a murder trial, but I was acquitted of all charges, and I later went on to be a juror on several juries. That jury, they checked out weeks ago, and
weeks,
and I'm saying
months.
that
Months
on
ago.
well, I mean months ago, on behalf of in favor of the defense, they checked out a long time ago. They're already discussing this with each other. They're watching it on TV. Believe that. Believe what you can't hold a jury hostage like this.
Yeah, so it's hard. Especially
And
this thing on everything.
these people are literally being held hostage for $25 a day. Hell, they pay us more than that in Las Vegas. At least we get 75 a day.
But what I was gonna say, this started because Fanny had inside information on YSL, supposedly inside information.
But you gotta
Fanny.
think about Nut Mama is one of her close friends.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. She had inside information on YSL, and she didn't even indict the true leader, supposed leader of this shit,
Who she represented.
who she represented.
True.
Exactly.
Oh y'all
Thanks.
know. Oh y'all know a little something. Something. Okay.
But man, we
Yeah.
know a lot of something, Doc. You feel me?
And
But
you
what
like
I'm
you and
saying is,
Sylvia, you know a lot.
but what I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to say is that like looking at them videos, them dudes was like they couldn't even have been like 17, maybe 18 at the most. I mean,
Yeah.
young Thug looked like he was about 130 pounds with Timberland boots on in a hoodie.
Right.
You
Yeah,
but
all them videos they were showing were very old videos.
But
right.
he
Everything is
So
too
what
said,
I'm
old.
saying is, you get Thug, you get Tick, you get uh well, Woody didn't even come around until long later. But you got DK. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Thug might have been the one out of they little 4 or 5 of them that was really grinding, and he knew he might have knew a plug or two or like that. But them man, they don't have no.
it wasn't like that. To be
well,
honest,
hold on. Let
I
me ask
feel
you. I thought
But,
locked
but,
up for a long time when he
but
was a
hold on a second. Give me 1 second though, because I don't even think Thug got felonies. I don't even think Thug got
right.
he
felonies.
don't, he don't, he don't, he
Time
don't.
as
He
a
doesn't.
juvenile.
So he ain't even an OG. Like he don't hold no rank.
No.
No,
Don't nobody respect that. He looked like Thug looked like the little skinny dirty nigga that the little skinny dirty guy that everybody messed with, picked on, made jokes about all
no,
day.
no.
No,
I ain't
I ain't
saying
gonna go.
all
I
that.
ain't
Now,
gonna
you
say
wrong
that.
about that
Yeah.
one, dog. You
No.
wrong.
I
I'm
I
saying
might
that
be wrong.
now. You wrong now.
You
I'm
guys
I'm just
funny.
You
saying
wrong
what he,
about that. You wrong
I'm
about
just
that now.
saying
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
got
saying what
that
he,
messed up.
I'm just saying what he looked like at that time
No.
in these
Don't
little
don't let
videos.
that look fool
Steven,
you.
I
Don't
want
let
you to
that
No,
look
no,
fool you, my boy.
but what I'm saying is like over watching the course of this case, right? I have not seen a big eighth. That's 4.5. You know what I'm saying? I ain't seen that. I ain't seen no. All I seen was somebody got caught with 50 dime bags of weed.
But
A
you
right.
gun
gotta think
dealer.
about
This
they
ain't
A
no
look
gun dealer.
drug case, brother. This a street
yes.
gang violence case.
Yes,
Street
that's
gang,
all it is. That's all
not
it
the
is.
That all
mafia.
that's
This is a
how do you
street gang.
I
But
dig
listen,
that part, but
let's
how do you claim the furtherance of the gang? How do you make money? How do you got to make money to further this
That's why
thing?
they
Man,
gonna
you ain't
lose.
gotta, man. Listen, you can shoot up houses
Yeah. It's
to make
recognition.
it furtherance, brother.
Yeah, it's recognition.
But the
That's
thing
not
about it, but the thing,
Intimidation, all of that, man.
what I'm
Selling
saying.
dime
I
bags,
don't you
whatever
little
you got, carjackings. They
you
done
don't
showed
charge
all
it.
of that through this trial, man.
but
Them boys is a real street gang.
You don't charge a bunch of broke, bummy, dirty dudes with a Rico because one of them
Man,
made it rapping.
they ain't broken bummy right now because they about $100 million strong with that man in the middle of that courtroom. That's how strong that street gang is.
but
And I
hey,
say
it's not a
this
it's
coming from the hood, because I
I'm
admit
from the neighborhood,
I'm
yeah.
from the
They got
hood.
all
And
automatic
I want to
weapons.
say this. Coming from the hood, I came from the east side. And on my side, we had Crips. I am not a Crip, but I love blue.
Okay.
That's something to me to this day because that's the community I grew up in. That don't
Exactly.
make me a Crip.
But when
Yeah,
you
because
get
I'm like,
see now, everybody know that, right? Like my favorite color black, right? But when you start getting the tattoos on your body as common identifiers and start wearing rags and stuff like that,
I can see
you
then you
guys,
become
I'm,
think about
something
what
different.
It's not
you gotta
even
think.
Listen,
supposed to
listen.
be in a
Then you
gang.
become something different. Now
I'm
I'm
that's
from
cool,
Not
but
Cali.
that's
really,
cool.
but
But
you gotta
then when
think
you
about.
start committing crimes, I don't care
And
how
I'm
petty they is, when each one of y'all start committing crimes, now you became a gang. And that's
you,
but
all
I
they
listen.
need.
I'm from Cali, gang, gang infested, blood, Crips, Hoover, you deuces, all of that, red, blue, orange, green, all of that. Do you know there are more kids, young boys, young black brothers that's out there flaunting them colors, putting them tattoos
That's
all on
what
their
that's
body for recognition? They're not even affiliated with
Yes,
gangs.
and
what
They're not
that's
even
basically,
affiliated with
and
gangs.
that's what basically
Exactly.
what's going on. That's what, because you got
listen,
to think about it.
man.
Atlanta, if
Listen.
anybody really know about Atlanta, Atlanta really. I mean, I'm gonna just say not even Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia was known for being a GD state. You feel
yep,
what I'm saying? To be real.
folks.
Now, don't get me wrong. It was some Bloods and Crips, but guess what? The Bloods that Crips that came to Atlanta, wasn't even like they got rained out of Cali or wherever on what part of the whatever lane they came from or whatever gang they got ran from that gang and came up to Atlanta,
Hey,
moved into a hood, and then start on claiming it red. Cause to be real, ain't nobody in Atlanta that's real like Blood, Crip, for
Okay,
real.
guys, we're getting all off the topic. I'm about to get myself off of here. I want you guys to say your final say, and then I'll go to bed.
Free throw.
Yeah.
Hey,
See why I feel.
my final word is
Hold
gonna
on,
be
let me just get one by one, please. I want the ladies to go first.
yes, ma'am.
Renee.
I just want to say that thank you, thank you, thank you for covering this case. You have opened the eyes up to so many people in Georgia. We need to get out and vote. We need to do our due diligence. People who run on and polls, those are the people you should be saying to young black lawyers, any lawyer, hey, why don't you go step up to the plate? This judge is unopposed. I don't like the job that they doing. But thank you for exposing us to the justice system. The proof is in the pudding. You give it to us day in and day out. And most of all, I just want to say thank you and go vote.
Thank you. Crystal.
Hi. Okay, so I want to say a lot, but I'm not. um, I, I think everybody is so gung ho on the president, and the president just doesn't do it for the state to state type of thing. And we, especially Black people, really, really do need to get out and vote and see the district attorneys that you're voting for, the judges and everything. You have to do some research, especially the ones that's been in the court. Now, of course, if you're a felon, you can't vote, but you can still be a voice to the people who are not in that court to see those things as well. We just have to come together because these boys are being railroaded about some crimes that took place what in 2012, 13,
12,
14.
13, 12,
That
13,
is just
14.
absolutely ridiculous to even bring this case forward like that. Like if you're going to charge him of a crime, charge him of that particular crime and move on.
Okay, thank you, Crystal. I'm about
Hmm.
to go off.
Oh, thank you
Okay,
also, Sylvia, for all you do. I really do appreciate it.
you're welcome. You're
Mhm.
welcome. All right, Miss Impress.
I just came up here this last time to say thank you, Miss Sylvia, for providing such a platform for all of us to be able to come together and for you to take those drives that you take to bring us all the inside information. You are loved and we appreciate you. And that is why I just came up here to say that. That's all.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Good night. Okay, I'm gonna screw up your name, so I'm gonna let you say it.
Okay, Miss Sylvia, it's yours. First, I just want to thank you, Miss Sylvia, for being there, being a voice for us, bringing us and keeping us updated with facts and not fiction on everything that is going on. I want to kind of piggyback off of what I think the beautiful queen, Crystal, said. First of all, Black people, we have got to get up and vote. Everybody keeps blaming everything on Biden, the president. It ain't the president. If you don't go out and vote for your local officials, that's who runs everything. Your governors, your senators, your DAs, those are the people that run everything. And then to my Black brothers, instead of us looking for ways to degrade these brothers and talk about what they did and what they're doing, why don't we find solutions to help bring them up out of the situation?
Yes.
Everybody wasn't raised in a home with a father to teach them to know better and do better. And like my parents always taught me, you can never expect somebody to do different if they've never been shown or taught differently. And for some of these people and women, yeah, these young girls too, this is all they know. They don't know any differently. And this is their way of seeking attention, seeking love, seeking acceptance from just somebody that makes them feel like they are somebody. And when a person doesn't feel like they're somebody, guess what they do? They do real dumb stuff. Thank you, Miss Sylvia.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, Alvarez.
I want to say thank you, Sylvia, for letting me in. I know I've been hearing your comments, so and I also want to pray for Thug, everybody, even that whoever the judge is, if Judge Granville is recused, pray for the next judge to be fair. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I've been in them shoes on the right side, being as a defendant, so I know how important it is to have a fair trial. And also I just feel like Thug is material of what we was raised in. Because I'm from, like I said, I'm from Atlanta, and I was raised in Edgewood. In Edgewood, that's the hood I was born in. It's a zone 6, and the reason why I did some of the stuff I did is not because I ain't had nobody to teach me right. So who I was looking up to was the people hanging at the corner or want to be out with my homeboys late and everything. I ain't had nobody to say, "Oh, this is what you should do. This is what you should do." So and what you should not do. So I just feel like this is what he is. He a victim of his what the area that he came from, and I just want to show want to send all my praise to them
All right, thank you,
and
Alvarez.
vote.
All right, have a good one, Alvarez. All right, Money.
Hey, Miss Sylvia.
Hey.
Hey, love the show. Thanks for having me. I want to say, what's going on in this case is just got the magnifying glass on it. This is really going on across the country, city to city. Um, the real reason is these young men see they struggle with their parents at a young age, and they really go out here and try to get this money by any means necessary. So mama ain't got to struggle. That's what it's really all about. And it's a attack on black men from 13 on up. So um keep giving us some good insight on the trial, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, if you could though, you might, if you could find it some time, let them guys that don't have no voice get a voice, meaning though that like that other room with them other 6 guys that just they basically getting thrown to the wolves. If you can maybe get them some exposure so they can get seen and really see how that justice system is working when your money ain't right, when you got to go with a public defender and stuff like that. Other than that, though, thanks for having me on here. I'll be back tomorrow or the next time you do the
Okay.
thing.
All right, thank you,
All right,
Money. All right,
all
have a
right,
good.
y'all have a good one, man.
Okay, bye bye. All right, AJ.
Well, Sylvia, it feels like our YSL journey is approaching its final chapters.
No.
And I honestly hate it. It's we've came to you to learn, and we are learning the law and learning the lingo of the law, and I'm using ex parte in my regular world now. It's I enjoy it, and just want to give you we appreciate you. You've been the boots on the ground, like you said. You've been giving us insight so much so that the rest of the YouTube world and law people are shouting you out and giving you your praise, your roses while you're here. And everybody in this room, 742 of us, we appreciate you. That's why we're here. So thank you.
Thank you. All
Yep.
right. Have a good one. All right, Pastor. Since it's you and I want you to send us home with a prayer because they've been asking me for a prayer tonight. They've been asking me for a prayer. So, Pastor.
All righty. Well, not in a bad way, but I am looking forward to the rise and fall of Judge Glanville.
Oh.
I just got to say it how it is. You asked for me to be truthful. Not in a bad way of anything happening to him, of him not trying this case the way that it should be, because we, and it's not just a black thing, but we as human beings should be wanting to do the right thing instead of trying to do things the corrupt way. And to anybody else, whether it's happening, I hope that they get exposed because it needs to be. Miss Sylvia, and I don't want for you to give up because even though this has been put at a halt, whether we're going to keep watching you on the fitness or watching you with the other people, I want for you to keep doing what you're doing because you was an inspiration to myself, even though I was starting a podcast, but I know I had to do something on YouTube. But like AJ said, you've gave us a voice for us to learn to come into a community, and you have took control of your courtroom. Okay, you have took control of your courtroom. And I don't want none of our relationships to stop because God put us here for a reason. Okay. YSL gonna keep going on, Miss Sylvia's gonna keep going on, and we all gonna get it together. And I'm still coming in Atlanta, and I'm still coming for Miss
So
Sylvia.
what's gonna happen, y'all? We're supposed to be meeting Cadillac and having a meet and greet on August 13th. What's gonna happen to that? Oh my God!
Listen, we can still make it happen. You know, we can still make it happen.
We don't know what's gonna happen with this case. We don't know.
Well, let's just hope that it gets readjourned, quote unquote, like Hilton wants to, because she's so scared that it's gonna crumble. Like the day she's like, "Oh, Your Honor, do you think you could? Is there any way we could put a rush on it?" Oh, she must know something. Okay, but it is what it is. So keep doing what you're doing. All right, let's get on. Let's go on out of here.
That's sad prayer.
Dear Lord Heavenly Father, I come to you today and I say thank you. I say thank you for each and every last one that is on this live right now. They didn't know that they was going to wake up. I didn't know I was going to wake up. I thank you for letting Miss Sylvia continue to keep doing what she's doing. Continue to keep protecting her in her byways and her passing and her journey. Protect everyone else on this live, dear Lord Heavenly Father. No matter how they think, whether they have a good response, a negative response, the only people that can judge is them, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Help us to continue to be positive because there's a lot of negative in this world, dear Lord Heavenly Father. We just asking of you because we are not God. Oh, you are God, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Continue to keep helping Young Thug and the rest of those co-defendants that's in there, dear Lord Heavenly Father, even though we focus on Young Thug. But those young brothers need help too, dear Lord Heavenly Father. And if you get them out of their situations, let them learn and progress, okay, from this magnitude in this particular situation. Bless the finances of each and every last one of those jurors, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Make sure that they're stand where they need to be at, that there's no hiccups, that there's no bumps in the roads. That's the same with Miss Sylvia, even though there's downtime, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Thank you for our food. Thank you for us going to sleep and nothing happening to us in our home, whether it's from gang banging or mistaken identities or anything else. Thank you for letting us travel on the roads, dear Lord Heavenly Fathers, to go to work, to get out here to get the money, however we are going to get it. Anyone that is trying to do anything harmful, please change their mindset. dear Lord Heavenly Father. Have the right judges in this case, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Okay? If they are feeling any ill willness, dear Lord Heavenly Father, help them have a change of mind, a change of atmosphere. Dear Lord, I'm going to ask for you to look over Woody. I don't know his circumstances. I don't know his life. And I don't know his struggle, dear Lord Heavenly Father. But look over him. Maybe he's trying to change. Maybe he's trying to repent. Maybe he's trying to do right, dear Lord Heavenly Father. But he is your kid, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Continue to keep looking over Dallas, dear Lord Heavenly Father. She continue to keep doing what she's doing and blessing her channel and the things that she's doing, dear Lord Heavenly Father, with her mother and everyone else, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Help us go to sleep and wake up another day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. You forgot to pray about the bond.
Oh, yeah, dear Lord Heavenly Father, please let these boys get a bond, because everybody need a bond. Even murderers get bond, dear Lord Heavenly Father. If the nation is looking, if the court system is looking, dear Lord Heavenly Father, they deserve a bond. They have not been proven a flight risk, dear Lord Heavenly Father. They has not been proven that they have threatened anyone, dear Lord Heavenly Father. You can put these people on home monitoring, dear Lord Heavenly Father. Please make sure that they get a bond. Do the right thing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. All right.
Miss Sylvia, before we go, download what is it? WhatsApp? What is it? WhatsApp?
I have WhatsApp. I have WhatsApp.
Yeah. If you can send that out or put that on your bio, so that way when you go live, tell everyone to download it, because it's free, basically. You know?
You gotta tell me how to do that. So I mean, I got it, but how do I put everybody on there? I don't get it.
Well, what you do is you download it. I guess you
We'll
call it.
We'll talk offline.
There you go. There you go. We're here chilling. Listen, everybody. Good night.
All right, good people. Thank you, Pastor.
You're welcome.
All right, my good people. It's been great. Thank you for being here. 674 of you guys in here now. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything. Don't know what we're gonna do, but we got a lot of footage. So we ain't hurting for footage. We could be watching some stuff. All right. So I will be back on tomorrow if the Lord is willing, and I will get you guys some stuff, because the teacher's here. I like being a teacher. So we have some motions to talk about. We have, because it was just recently something posted today. We got that. So stay tuned. You will not lack anything in here. We're going to keep going, keep moving. And anything that pops up. And I got some interviews coming up. I got some interviews with a couple of attorneys. Mr. Matthews coming back. You have Mr. Shard. And Mr. Weinstein said he's going to get here. He says, I never asked him. He says, Miss Silver, you never asked me. But we're going to have Mr. Weinstein and the rest of the gang. All right. Love you guys. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. And here's our praise and worship. Oh, hold on. I want to say thank you to those who have blessed me with Cash App. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Miss. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me just say a thank you for them. Hold on. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Misguided. Thank you, Pretty Brown Eyes. Thank you, Latanya. And that's it for tonight. Thank you guys for your Cash App. I appreciate you. You guys just rock. Y'all just a blessing on top of blessings to me. So thank you. Good night, everybody. Here's our church song. See you later.